Hey everyone, can you hear me okay? Can anyone hear me? Hey everyone, can you guys hear me okay? Hey everyone, can you guys hear me okay? Great. Well, thank you so much for coming. I know last night we did some of this video. We hopped around. So I thought that maybe we would start a little bit from the beginning. Took some notes, so. I also have a Post-it telling me, do not say do not use the word interesting, and watch out for my nervous giggle and my sighs, because I'm like, oh, I made that that noise several times when talking about Jeffrey. So I'm going to go through and say hello to everybody. I know Mr. C. Hi. Hi, Susan. Hi, B Rabbit. Tennis Girl. Hey, Jibs. So we're going to go ahead and get started. By the way, someone has a new video out, and they liken to what they're calling harassment and made a comment that people who are engaging in a smear campaign against her are going to turn out to be serial killers. So that's that. All right, I am going to start the video. This is March 6, 2015. And this is Detective Craig Isom is going to be interviewing Jeffrey Lacasse. And this is the second time that Isom interviews Jeffrey. Probably several times, Susan.
So it was Jeffrey or Jeff?
Jeffrey.
J-E.
R-E-Y. J-F-F-R-E-Y.
And it's L-A-C.
A-S-S-E.
Let me get your date of birth, Jeff.
Sure, 10/18/71.
Okay. So what's up? Corey said, and we talked on the phone a little bit, that you wanted to, and you can start at the very beginning, however you want to do it.
I got some notes. Do you mind that?
No, absolutely not.
I don't want to forget stuff, so I've been writing stuff down last few months. I probably might end up. Well, here's the thing, and just to give you the broad overview quickly. I felt like when I first talked to Investigator Hale, I was shattered. I mean, you can imagine, you see violent crime all the time. So I think he saw a lot of noise, and a lot of the stuff I told him, but I don't know how it came across. The last couple of meetings we had, he seemed to think I was a disgruntled ex-boyfriend and got my heart broken, and that was why I was upset. And there was some truth to that. I was upset. But over time, got some clarity on some things. So I guess I'll just give you my overall impression. And just want to tell you things I saw with my own two eyes that were very suspicious to me that I didn't feel really heard previously. Or maybe they were heard.
So Jeffrey says that he didn't feel like Detective Corey Hale was listening to him. But I just think that a lot was going on. And I mean, we discussed what that interview looked like last night. I think a lot was going on. You know, Jeffrey came in, and remember, we listened to the last couple of minutes of the video when it's black screen. And I don't know who Detective Hale was talking to in the hallway that's like background, but Detective Hale saw him in the lobby and is like, "What are you doing here?" And then he's telling, I guess he's telling a coworker in the hallway. And then he also says, like, when he came in, he was acting weird. So that's that.
Heard and not seen is credible. I don't know. But just so you get the context for it, as far as the relationship stuff, that sucked. But you know, that last 3-4 months, I moved on with my life. You know, actually, her moving away was the best thing that ever happened to me in terms of my personal life. It was a bad relationship. So this isn't any animosity towards her for being an unfaithful girlfriend. This is more deeply concerning stuff about someone getting killed. So I started dating Wendi in fall of 2013. We had mutual friends, because a lot of my friends are in the Jewish community at the School of Social Work. So we both talked to a lot of the same people, you know, throughout the investigation. Your name came up a couple of times.
You talked to who? Who'd you talk to?
Well, like the Gamoris, the Epsteins, the Cohens. There's just a lot of mutual. My dissertation chair, I got my PhD here and I came back. My dissertation chair, like the Markel and Adelson would have their, they go to my mentor's house for Jewish holidays, things like that. So we met as through a mutual friend. It was kind of a natural thing. Only two single people in town, both academics, etc.
You and Wendi?
Yeah, me and Wendi.
And who was the
person introduced us, a guy named Stephen Tripodi, who's a professor, but his wife used to hang out with Wendi. We just have a lot of like mutual friends and stuff. So that's how we met. So we dated casually in the fall. She just got divorced, so had I actually. And at the time, I mean, I came in here before, like, I thought Markel was a dick. I mean, that's what I had been taught by Wendi. Over time, I realized I was kind of misled. But in the fall, it was interesting. Let me start. Danny had been describing Wendi as a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath in a semi-joking manner, but
to you?
to other people. I just heard that through the grapevine, because people said, "Be careful with Wendi. She's a little unbalanced." And I said, "Well, she seems so."
So people told Jeffrey before he started dating, or I'm sorry, as he was dating Wendi, that she's unbalanced. And he's also referring to, remember, he's already told us that he read all of the family court case documents, you know, the very large file. And now he's going to talk about how he's understanding how, because I guess Dan Markel had described her as a sociopath as well.
Upset about her divorce, but I don't know if she's on the balance. I didn't take it seriously at the time. It sounds extreme, right? I thought these two people were having a nasty divorce. He's calling names. I thought it was totally out of line. It's one of the reasons I was upset with him, because it seemed, you know, you've seen the court documents. I mean, he got sick of her and really went after her legally in a really aggressive way, and not knowing the background. I thought it was inappropriate. You know, I thought it was taking things too far, trying to disbar your ex-wife. You know. But one impression I'm left with is, I don't think I said this before, like in December or January, I thought that was totally out of line. By May, I don't know if those are technically the correct words, but by May, I knew exactly what he was talking about. And this is a very troubled.
So by May, he knew exactly what Dan Markel was talking about in those court documents in regards to Wendi.
Person, Wendi Adelson, deeply troubled person. And at first, she's gorgeous, she's smart, she's funny. I mean, I fell for this girl like a ton of bricks. Most men would. I mean, that was the reason I stuck around too long. But just an overall impression of her. And Danny says this in court documents, actually. Very manipulative person, a pathological liar. Wendi was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. Extremely fragile, extremely depressed. Many, many nights sitting, hated Tallahassee so much that thought we're a bunch of country bumpkins, and we liked Tallahassee because she's from Miami. Didn't hide that fact. Thought it was bizarre. and I moved here from Phoenix. And the two conversations that we had every single day for 9 months were, Danny is an evil monster. Tallahassee is the worst place in the world to live, and I can't believe I got stuck here because of Danny Markel. And she was obsessed with those two concepts. So I got really tired of hearing that, but I heard that every day for 9 months. Wendy's very manipulative in that she plays the victim very, very easily. Whenever we got into a confrontation, she for me.
Hey, so I'm going to try to do better with reading the chat. As if you guys were here last night, you're going to know that like I'm totally computer challenged. But I'm going to make a couple of people moderators if they would like to be. I'm learning how to do some of this stuff. So I wanted to let Susan and Wesley John Holmes, Mr. C&B Rabbit, if you guys are interested in being a moderator, just let me know in the chat and I'll make you one. Okay, let's get back to Jeffrey. And I do want to say this. I know that you can tell when I'm uncomfortable kind of saying something about someone, because I kept using the word interesting last night so much because I didn't want to really throw him under the bus. But I think last night we kind of established that he was, I said somewhat pathetic, but also kind of pitiful. Like I feel really bad for Jeffrey. And it's peculiar that a 40-year-old person is dealing with this type of stuff. I find it odd.
Wendy's very manipulative in that she plays the victim very, very easily. Whenever we got into a confrontation, for me, very sensitive that I work with DV victims, more that have been raped as a social worker, all that kind of stuff. So I'm a sensitive Mr. Rogers kind of guy. So it's a very easy way to manipulate me, or Markel for that matter. But she just wasn't stable even in the fall, and able to cover it up here or there. One of these people, the first 100 hours you spend with her, you think she's amazing. 101 on, you're like, shit, what did I get myself into here? This person's kind of crazy.
You talk a little fast for me.
I'm sorry.
100 hours.
Yeah, first 100 hours you think she's amazing. Then after that, wait a second, there's some tremendous flaws here. So she puts up a very good public face. It's accomplished, beautiful, smart, funny woman. I was with her 4 or 5 nights a week for 7 or 8 months total, I would say. More in the spring than the fall. And she was deeply troubled. She was on psychiatric medications, and in March she decided to come off of those.
March of 14.
March 14th, spring break, Immokalee, actually, that's when she went off. And this will make sense to me why this matters. I don't want to give you BS or all that information, but
so Jeffrey's talking about how she went off all of her meds right before the Immokalee alternative spring break trip. Yes, Jibs, Wendy was crying on their first date. And tennis girl, I didn't call out your name when I was saying that because it had scrolled up, so I didn't see you right away. But yes, I want you to be a mod. And yes, I meant to do that.
she's already a sensitive person, so much that you couldn't say to her, like, hey, I'd appreciate it if you'd be a little more considerate to me. You're being kind of, she'd break down crying for 2 hours.
So he said he would make a statement to her like, hey, could you be a little bit more considerate of me? And she would break down for 2 hours and have a tantrum.
She would throw a tantrum. I've never seen anything like it. Anybody I've ever dated, I've dated some pretty crazy women. So, but then when she went up there, since her eyes, it went from being fragile to being, she had no resilience. She would just melt down in an absolute second.
For over what?
Anything. any kind of criticism.
Oh, if you had given her criticism.
Or anybody did anything negative. I mean, I've seen her lose her shit over, cake going bad in the oven, and she's devastated for 6 hours.
So a cake going bad in the oven, Wendi would be devastated for 6 hours. Maybe he's exaggerating a little bit, but I kind of want to know what cake. Was it one that, she slaved over and made it like from scratch, or was it just, the Betty Crocker box that you add a couple eggs and a half a cup of oil, vegetable oil?
So this was like the state she was in as we approached the time of the crime.
Yeah, I'm going to rewind it for 1 second.
And she's seen her lose her shit over, cake going bad in the oven, and she's devastated for 6 hours. This was in the spring. So this was like the state she was in as we approached the time of the crime. So I'll skip the whole thing where we date the first 6 months. It was, she played hard to get. I chased her. And eventually she agreed to be my girlfriend. We go to spring break. She starts coming off the SSRIs. Things start getting pretty weird in terms of we had a couple.
One thing I forgot to mention, because I was taking notes, but I had kind of switched back. And I want to bring it back, you guys. Well, I'm sure you guys have heard this, but I want to bring it back for a second, because when he's talking about how, could you be more considerate of me? She'd have a tantrum for 2 hours. And right after that, Jeffrey says, and I've dated some pretty crazy women. So Wendi might not be the first one that he's mopped their floors. How about that?
First time we spent a week together, you know how that is. Of course, you're going to have a minor thing. You're going to find out who this person really is, and she just found it devastating. And a couple of times I called her. She's very narcissistic. And a couple of times, like, I'm here too, just basic stuff like that. But she would just lose her mind over that kind of stuff. So if I just fast forward to spring break on, so I can skip all my bullshit and just tell you what's pertinent to the crime, I think. She starts coming off those SSRIs March 12th or 13th.
March 12th?
12th or 13th is when she started. So that was spring break, like almost a year ago.
Of 2014.
2014, exactly.
Okay. So March 12th and 13th, y'all.
Just a side note, knowing what we know now about Wendi, especially, the list of people that Jeffrey caught her cheating on him with, I'm actually surprised that she took him to alternative spring break in Immokalee. Because what alternative spring break is a group. They have several of them, but the one that is in Immokalee is when a group of FSU students, professors, whoever, volunteers, go to Immokalee and work on the migrant farms in Immokalee. Immokalee is kind of known for that in Florida. Large migrant farm worker community. But the people who go and volunteer, you end up, staying overnight in like hotels and stuff. I'm sure there's like some partying going on. So I'm actually surprised that she took Jeffrey, because I think it would have been a good opportunity for her to hook up with some students.
All in Immokalee?
Yeah, that week we're in Immokalee.
And that's for this retreat
for
students?
Alternative spring break, yes. Sir.
And you traveled with, you took her with you?
She took me with her, actually, yeah. It was her, it's a law school thing, and I just went along to help her out.
Oh, I thought it was, because you're in social work.
Yeah, but it's actually a law thing. They just want to bring a social work prof, and I was one, so we went. So.
Okay, so these students that are going to this alternative spring break are law students?
They were, and some med students, yeah. So exactly. But one of the reasons I went with her is she's very childlike, very much like a 13-year-old girl. I don't know if she could have handled it on her own. I had to do an awful lot of things for her. Her parents, if you investigated, you've probably seen it. I mean, she needs to be taken care of. She's such a fragile person. When she would travel to Miami, her mom would drive or fly up here and then go down with her every single time. And
Oh, she didn't travel on her own.
No, it's real weird.
So do you all believe that Wendi acting like she can't handle like daily things, needing her parents to oversee things, and like not only were they paying for everything in her family court case, they paid for a lot of stuff. Like, I'm assuming that that's an act. Is it like the whole damsel in distress act? What do you think?
Weird. And at first I thought, what overbearing parents? And then over time, I'm like, oh, I don't want to let her go on spring break by herself either. She's won't be able to handle it. She'll lose her shit, So
No, Jeffrey, you wanted to go to alternative spring break with her to make sure that she only stayed in your bed.
So February, March, yeah, I think she was cheating on me, all kinds of stuff like that. That's
This is that other Daniel guy.
Daniel Sack, yeah.
Sack.
Among others. I think I'll get to that in a minute. There's a long list, and I don't know how many of them you guys have considered. But as far as seeing stuff pertinent to the crime, I met her brother Charlie when I was down there in Miami for Markel. You may recall that I said I found him to be a very strange person, very aggressive, verbally. He takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Wait a minute, back up a second.
Yeah, he takes sex tourism.
Here goes Isom. Wait a minute, I'm sheltered. So, sex tourism trips to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Sex tourism.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, South America.
I'm kind of a sheltered guy.
Well, I was shocked not only that he would tell people he did that, but that he would tell his younger sister. That was strange to me. Very odd. And there's this odd dynamic between them. The whole family is real weird. Most people that spend time with them say this is, social workers, I consider incest in this family. It's with violence in this family. Something's up with this family. But I mentioned to you that he talked in the hot tub about punishing a girl by anally violating her in front of Wendi and I, like bragging about the fact that he'd hurt this girl because she got him in an uncomfortable situation. So he came off like an offender to me. He came off like a kind of sociopathic, like this is strange. He just met me. He's telling me this. It was really, really weird.
Okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
I know. I'm just trying to rein you in a little bit
ahead,
so I can make sure I get it right.
Yeah,
I do recall something about a hot tub.
Yeah.
But I think it may have been something I read from Corey Hale's report.
It might have been. Yeah, I talked to him.
But are you saying you're in the hot tub after the Immokalee
exactly.
Retreat?
Exactly. We went from Immokalee to Miami and hung out with her brother.
Okay. So you're in Miami at his place, I guess?
Exactly. It's very well. He's got a really nice house in Miami Beach area.
Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're there and you're in the hot tub.
Yeah.
She's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
And the brother Charlie's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlie's talking about punishing girls through anally violating them in front of his sister. It's just.
Is it braggadocious?
Yeah. Like she got him punched out at a wedding. He had a Korean girlfriend that brought him as the only white guy to 400 Korean people and just him. Some of the men took offense and he got punched out.
Charlie did.
Yeah. So the way he handled that was to anally violate her and then brag about it the next day. I mean, it was really, really weird.
That had happened the day before you all got in the hot tub?
No, I misspoke there. It was pretty recent. It wasn't that day, but it was last month, last couple weeks, something like that.
So he goes to a Korean wedding as the only Anglo.
Yeah, exactly.
And some men took offense because he was a date for one of the Korean girls that was at the wedding.
Exactly.
Real quick, does anybody remember the short that Fancy used to have under her shorts? And it was, I don't know if it was an Instagram video or Twitter, Facebook, something, but it was a video of Charlie in a foreign country. Clearly it was an Asian country. You could just tell by, people in the scene. And I believe I'm trying to remember. I think he was like putting his feet in one of those things where like the fish come and eat eat your skin off. You know what I'm talking about. But there was one main person. I don't know if these were like hired people that were coming over to him, and he's like, "Hey ladies," but the one main person that's coming over, like it's clearly a man. Does anybody remember that? I think Susan's saying that she remembers. But Charlie says, "Hey ladies," and one of them's a dude. Just sorry, just curious.
And he probably opened his mouth or something. So
He says he got sucker punched, but I don't know.
okay, so he gets, and so his way of getting retribution is the girl that brought him to the wedding is to rape her, or
Well, not rape. It wasn't rape. It was consensual sex. But he was bragging about the fact that he made it hurt a lot and that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
And that was just.
Susan, the person I'm talking about, it's one that it's one of the only main people other than Charlie in the video, and they're walking over. But maybe it is a woman that's just super masculine, but had like they're Asian. They had a very short haircut, wearing what I would consider like a white linen shirt of types. And they were carrying some, but they were like walking over. And Charlie's like, "Hey, ladies," but I don't know. Sorry. I mean, sex tourism could, people might get into some other stuff. Maybe like, maybe not necessarily, maybe Charlie's not necessarily homosexual, but maybe there's some sort of homoeroticism that happens when he's on these sexual tourism trips.
And that was anal penetration.
Yeah.
He's bragging about.
And it was 20 minutes after I met him.
I got you.
So I'm just like, this is not normal. This is strange. Guys will talk to their guy friends. Although I've never said anything like that. I would never want to hurt a woman. It's,
right.
So it's, so it just struck me as very, very odd. So fast forward to April, she's coming off the SSRIs, her behavior is coming off the antidepressants.
Okay.
So I study that. That's my areas. I study psychiatric medications.
Right.
So
I just got to be able to explain it. If this ever goes anywhere else, I got to be explained so I understand it and the lay person can understand.
I understand. So yeah, she's coming off psych meds, but she's doing that against my advice, not with the help of a clinician. You're supposed to go to a doctor, have him help you get off. She did not do that. And she's dropping her dosage very, very rapidly, which is usually recommended to take some time and go slow. She's on a very high dose of Lexapro, like double the normal dose. And so in this time period, one of the reasons I stuck around, even though it was so crazy, was I thought it might be a passing thing because I thought she was having withdrawal effects. Some of the physical ones like dizziness and stuff like that. But sometimes people's behavior gets really weird in that, so you give them a break while they're coming off. So I was giving her a break.
What is the Lexapro for?
It's for depression. She was diagnosed as depressed. And her dad, the dentist, was writing her scripts to what she shouldn't be doing to help her come.
So Harvey was writing her prescriptions. And another thing, Lexapro also treats anxiety as well as depression. It's not used for anxiety alone, but when a person who is on Lexapro usually has both depression and anxiety. And that is according to drugs.com.
Come down the dosage because you want to switch to the liquid so you can slowly go down. But she ignored all my advice. I was constantly, you may have seen this in the emails if you looked at it, I was constantly cautioning her, texting her saying you need to go slow, slow, slow.
Wesley, John Holmes, Wendi has more personalities than Sybil. I have not seen that movie in so long. That movie disturbed me significantly when I was young.
I made her get a therapist. I said, I'm not going to even talk to you about this unless you at least have somebody you're talking.
Yeah, Mr. C. So yes, apparently a dentist was prescribing antidepressants. And I don't know if you guys remember from the wiretaps, both Harvey and Charlie were prescribing Xanax to Katie McVanois. I do know that dentists will prescribe it, but it's usually short term. I know that they can prescribe meds, of course, but they'll prescribe like I'm sorry, not antidepressant. They'll subscribe some sort of benzodiazepine for anxiety when people are coming in there for some sort of, dental work. I have heard that before. It's rare, but I have heard that. And based on, I don't know, based on some of the lawsuits that people filed, especially against Harvey, I mean, maybe they did need to be drugged up on Xanax to go there. Because, like, didn't he, like, break someone's jaw?
That can monitor your mental health, because I saw she was just spinning out of control. And she wasn't that controlled to begin with, but it was getting worse. Her drinking was really increasing in April. And she had times where she's just losing her mind. I mean, with the kids in the house, drinking a bottle and a half of wine by herself, falling down in the bath.
Drinking a bottle of wine, a bottle and a half of wine by herself. I think that that's worse than Amber Heard. Didn't Amber Heard only admit to drinking one bottle of wine per day? But I just rewound it a little bit because because there's, obviously some concerns about, I mean, the boys were babies. They were little.
I mean, with the kids in the house, drinking a bottle and a half of wine by herself, falling down in the bathroom, bruises. I flew to a trip to Chicago. When I came back, I had to go right from the airport to the house because she was just doing so poorly. So she was just not well. Fast forward to May, we have that incident in the coffee shop that we discussed that Officer Hale and me were. I assume that's one of the reasons you guys were interested in talking to me in the first place. But just to remind you, I just walked into All Saints Coffee, and there's my girlfriend with another guy. There's no stalking.
Yeah, so he's talking about in April, and he went on a trip to Chicago, flew back into Tallahassee, and then had to go straight to her house because she was not doing well, which I'm assuming, because he's telling the story along with the other drinking stories, I'm assuming she was basically drunk at home, bumps and bruises. He comes in from Chicago. He has to immediately go over to her house. It's worrisome, especially for the boys. No wonder why Dan was so worried. I mean, Wendi never really wanted to parent. She was gonna, I think someone earlier in the chat said that, parents are free resources. Yeah. I mean, look at what happened once they went to Miami. I mean, pretty much Donna became the mom.
She knew that.
But there's been no complaint of stalking against you.
There has been informally. She tells people this.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's no.
Oh, no formal legal.
You shouldn't have been contacted, but from anybody from this department
Never,
for a
never.
complaint.
No, never. I'm not worried about that. I didn't bring an attorney because I didn't do anything.
Right.
I'm not worried about that. But that was a big deal in our relationship. And,
Right, because you see her there and she's with this guy and.
Yeah.
And you don't know who the guy is. Maybe I got that wrong. You knew that she was seeing a guy.
That's one of the things that concerned me, is that she would bring him up from time to time, and there was other signs. I mean, there's, I think, 5 to 10 other men. I was in denial about it in this time period. That's not a crime, obviously, but she's very impulsive, very erratic, doesn't think things through. She will do them and then worry about the consequences later. She was remarkably sloppy about cheating on me in terms of, well, that's what was interesting. Up until about early June, she was covering her tracks pretty well, actually. I'd heard of Daniel Sack. I knew he was an ex-boyfriend. But after that fight, we had not a huge fight, we had a mild fight about that. and things started to get really, really strange. And this is what I think I had a hard time getting across to Investigator Hale.
Yeah, so I'm going to comment on Jibs because Jibs, I know that last night you were putting some information in the chat. I wasn't able to catch it. I did rewatch stuff today. But so the dinner at Yardbird, right? I don't know if it happened the same day, like earlier before they went back to Charlie's later and got in the hot tub, or if the Yardbird dinner happened when Wendi and Jeffrey first arrived in the area and then went to Charlie's right before they were going to leave to go on the hot tub. But Jibs, last night you put in the chat that, okay, so on the patio at Yardbird, you have Charlie and Katie McManawa, Jeffrey, and Wendi. They're all four on the patio. But remember, in the car or in a vehicle nearby is Sigfredo and Luis. So yeah, I do agree with you, Jibs. Wendi gave the go-ahead with the hit in March. Because at some point, I mean, I don't necessarily think that Jeff could keep this inside, because I'm assuming that at some point Jeff excused himself and had gone to the restroom. And maybe at that point was when Katie, Wendi, and Charlie were talking. And yeah, I'll guarantee you that Charlie and Katie probably pointed out the hitman to Wendi, so she knew that it was going to be happening. And at that point, they were probably, if there was more than 2 trips, let's say possibly one before June, but in March is when Wendi gave the go-ahead, and plans for when the hit was going to happen started in motion.
So we have that fight. She's just in Portland for a weekend. She comes back. It's now June. In June, I was walking around saying to all my friends, I don't know what is going on. Something is going on. We had that very frank talk about that and decided to stay together.
Yes, Susan, what I think actually happened is that when they first arrived in the area, they went to Yardbird and had dinner. And then I guess Jeffrey and Wendi then went on over to Immokalee. And then before they were leaving, that's when the hot tub scene happened. And then I believe Jeff got on a plane and flew back while Wendi stayed in South Florida for a little while longer.
She said, it's one guy. He's gone. He literally moved out of the area, as you probably know.
Sack.
Yeah. So I said, okay. One thing about Wendi is this is where I worry about the crime. She's very easily influenced. She doesn't have much of a sense of self. When she's with Danny, she kind of became Danny's extension of Danny, attached herself to him. She didn't attach herself to Sack. He was into polyamory and having multiple partners. He's bisexual. So she started doing all this crazy stuff.
So Daniel Sack is into polyamory, bisexual. Okay, I'm going to Google polyamory. The practice of engaging in multiple romantic and typically sexual relationships with the consent of all people involved. So not only was Daniel Sack running around sleeping with multiple people and Wendi, he also was encouraging her to do the same.
An extension of Danny, attached herself to him. she did attach herself to Zach. He was into polyamory and having multiple partners. He's bisexual. I mean, so she started doing all this crazy stuff. Zach was encouraging her, from what she said, to have sex with lots of people, not just him. I worry about her. So I've just seen her, and I didn't, doesn't want to be controlled, but she does want to be controlled. I mean, she into a lot of sex stuff and things where she wants to be told what to do. And one of the things I worry about is that somebody came up with this idea and she went along with it because she doesn't know how to say no. She hates confrontation, things like that. So in June, I was walking around saying to my friends, I don't know what's going on. It's just uncanny to think back on it now. So I don't know what's going on. But
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Jibs. Immokalee, then they drove to Yardbird, ate dinner, then they went for yogurt, and then they went to Charlie's house.
something's gonna happen. Like, it feels like there's drum beats. It feels like we're moving towards something. It's really, really strange. I don't know what's going on.
So Jeff at this point, like he's talking about I guess Wendy's increasing nervousness, odd behavior. And he's feeling like something's about to happen.
One of the strange things that happened was we had a trip to California scheduled to see my parents the week that Danny was killed. And in early June, she rescheduled that trip. And I said, what's the problem with the trip? She says, well, I'm worried we'll get stuck in the airport and we won't be back on Friday. I have to pick up the kids from school. And I said, but we're coming back Thursday night. It's not winter. We're not going, after the winter, I would understand. There's no way we're going to get, and we can rent a car. We have friends that can babysit. This is strange. I said, fine, cancel the trip.
And that was going to be in early June?
The trip was going to be the week that Danny was killed.
Oh, okay. That was the trip?
11th to 19th was supposed to be the trip. So we had a trip planned, and she was real strange.
So I believe from, if I remember correctly, from emails that we've seen, I believe their trip was like the 11th to the 17th. I know he says the 19th there, but I feel like I've read the 17th.
About the fact that we had to reschedule this trip, it just didn't make sense. And I even said, if you just don't want to go because you don't feel comfortable right now, just tell me. That's cool. She goes, no, I have to pick up the kids from school that day. I just have to. I don't want to do anything to stop that. And she said, I'll miss the kids at that point. I said, okay. A couple of days later, I say, well, she said, but I want to spend that time with you. I was leaving for Tennessee on Friday. She said, I want to spend that Monday through Thursday with you. I said, great. You want to go to St. Augustine? She loves the beach. She hates Tallahassee. This, again, is just very strange and suspicious to me. Wendi Adelson tells me, what I want to do is a staycation. I want to stay home in Tallahassee. I said, you want to stay in Tallahassee the hottest week of the year? He goes, yeah, we'll go to Tom Brown Park. We'll do this. I said, you hate it here. I'm offering to take you away. Why wouldn't you? It's just really strange at the time. I remember saying to my friends, like, Wendi wants, people laugh. I said, Wendi says she wants to stay in Tallahassee. Like, she leaves town. Sure, every chance she gets, she leaves town. Why would she want?
So when Jeffrey's talking about the hottest week of the year, oh, yes, Tallahassee is brutal. Smothering, suffocating during the summer. We're not close enough to the Gulf of Mexico and also, all of the forest between here and there to actually get any type of real breeze off of water. So yeah, and the humidity is brutal as well. Yes, Susan, I agree. I have naturally curly hair and maybe a couple times a year I'll straighten it, but the humidity has to be under 50%. And it's usually in the winter if I straighten my hair at all, because by the time I go outside, it's already curled.
Want to stay? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I finally managed to convince her to do a trip to St. Augustine, but we had to schedule it so that we were back basically by the time of the shooting. So that was just strange. It was peculiar at the time. When we scheduled that trip to St. Augustine, I'm sitting her, she has her calendar open. You have to schedule everything with her. That's just how she was. There was just, at the time, I can remember sitting in her office trying to schedule this, and there's this weirdness about that weekend. We're scheduling other things, no problem. But that weekend, she just was intent on. That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. Like, there's something weird about that week. I don't know what it is, but there's something weird about that week. If we keep going through June, other things I noticed in June that were really crazy.
Let me back up a second so I get this right.
Yeah.
July 11th through 19th, you're supposed to go to California.
Yeah.
Leave on the 11th, come back on the 19th.
I can look it up for you. It might be 12th to 19th, but it was the week that Danny was shot. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when is she saying, I can't do it? What date? What date are we talking about when she's telling you I can't do it?
Early June. I can pull up the exact
Early
date.
June.
Early June. Yeah.
So you're supposed to go to California with her, just you two.
We have plane tickets purchased. And she sat me down. I think it was June 5th or 7th. I will find out for you if you would like.
Yeah.
And she just said, I can't do that. And it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make any sense.
So she'd already said that date was that window of
She said, this is the one week I have to go see your parents. And I said,
11th through the 19th.
but that was in May we booked them. Then we have the flight. I find out about Danielle Sack. And afterwards she says, I feel comfortable with that. She just had an appointment with her therapist. And she said, my main concern is I want to be able to see the kids on that day, the day that Danny was shot. We have people volunteering to babysit if they needed to, if we were delayed. We weren't going to be delayed. And she insisted it was not because she didn't want to go with me. She wanted to spend that week with me. She just wanted to spend that week with me in Tallahassee. She did not want to leave Tallahassee that week.
If I missed anyone saying hello, I think I forgot to say hello to Allison. I don't know if she's here anymore, but I do appreciate everyone for being here. Thank you. And I'm a pretty good multitasker, but when it comes to like computer stuff, I'm not the best.
Okay.
And I mean, there's 3 different times. There's that time, then there's the staycation thing where I'm like, what are you talking about? That's bizarre. And then there was when we scheduled the trip to St. Augustine. And fast forward a little bit, and we had the trip to St. Augustine planned until July 15th or 16th, and she canceled that the last second. So 3 different times she canceled plans with me in the 2 or 3 day period with Danny.
So what you're leading to is this is highly suspicious that she needs to be here on the 18th of July.
Yeah, just anecdotally, subjectively, whatever it's worth, it was really weird. It was really strange. I know this woman. I know her really well. And there was something at the time, me saying to my friends, what's going on? It's just really, really strange. It's just really.
She'd never done anything like this before.
No, she had canceled and recanceled. She did that all the time. Completely disorganized person. But it usually made sense. It usually had a reason. And usually the reason was something about court with Danny, or the parents wanted to come down to South Florida. Every other time but this, I understood. This time I was completely puzzled. Did it make sense?
Yes, Wesley John Holmes. Yes, I did get it up and going. I do have videos where I've recorded like that drainage ditch behind the Trescott homes. But I also need to thank Jibs and Jabs. They are always encouraging me and pushing me to do better. And Jibs has been telling me for months to get these videos uploaded. So I do want to thank True Crime Metrics, because that probably lit a little bit of a fire under me. So it's like, oh, I have that video. I failed at uploading it when I first got it. and it took me forever to figure out how to, get it out of a zip drive. But when I failed at uploading it, then I just gave up and, put it on a back burner.
And it was very, very strange.
Okay, so she cancels this trip to California. Did you go anyway?
I did
No,
not.
of course you didn't. You were, okay.
Wish I had.
Yeah. And so what happens to these plane tickets?
Her ticket, I have no idea.
So she bought her own?
Yeah, we bought separate plane tickets. As a matter of fact, I don't know that she did buy a plane ticket,
Oh,
but she told me she did.
same airline,
I
same
think so.
flight?
I can find out if I can send you my reservation, because we had a discussion about getting our seats moved together, so I think she probably bought a ticket, actually, but I never saw the ticket.
It wasn't discussed any further?
I can't recall.
Okay, so that's the first thing. In early June, she says, Jeff, I got to be back on that Friday, the 18th,
Exactly.
to pick up the kids. I guess that's going to be the first of her week with the kids,
Yeah,
maybe?
she gets the kids back after having, because they went to 7-day schedule in the summer.
Right.
And she's, I miss the kids. I said, we'll be back. It's not, I said, you don't want to go, just tell me I don't want to go. No, I want to go. I just got to be back for the kids. There was a special.
Okay, why not adjust the flight or just
Well, she had the kids the previous week. This was her one free week. She's also booked all summer.
Well, the 18th is a Friday.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so, going backwards, the 11th should have been a Thursday, I'm thinking.
I can look it up, but it just wasn't. She was booked week by week throughout the summer.
She doesn't even have any school stuff, right? I mean, I don't know if you're off during that
No,
time.
I'm completely off. She has a lot of obligations to her parents. Her parents want her down in Miami every chance she gets. All through this county, there's parents.
All right,
So three different occasions. This at the time, it's like, oh, what's going on with the 18th of July or the week of the 18th? What is this? I don't understand what this is.
Okay, so the first thing is the California trip, and it's next.
Yes.
Then you want to take her to St. Augustine,
Yeah, she wants to stay, and that's just bizarre.
But did you ever make plans to go to St. Augustine?
Yeah, so a week later, again, we sat in front of the calendar, and it was really strange. There was this hesitancy about that weekend. She says, I'll go to St. Augustine, but we have to be back early on Friday.
Early on Friday.
Early on Friday.
What is early on Friday now?
We were going to wake up and come straight back from St. Augustine, so we would have got up at 7, been here by 9 or 10.
Okay.
She had to pick up the kids from school until 4. It didn't make sense.
Okay.
So I said fine, and my thing was I was going to drop her off and then drive up to Atlanta. I was going to drop her off and go. So that was just strange. It just stuck in my head. Like what?
Because your trip to your friend up in Tennessee, what was the date you were supposed to go?
I was supposed to leave at about 10 or 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th.
Okay.
Because I was supposed to the original trip was to go straight to Atlanta, stay the night in Atlanta, then go up to Tennessee the next day. So I was supposed to leave here at 10 or 11 and get there at 4 or 5.
On Friday afternoon.
Friday afternoon. Yeah,
Okay.
that changed, but that was the original.
No, because you left on Thursday.
Yeah, I did.
All right, well, let's jump to that so I can fill in this blank.
Yeah.
Why did you leave on Thursday?
We'd had a huge fight in late June. I discovered some other cheating. I was very upset with her. And she had sent me, had sort of broken up, basically. But she put me on a 7-day hold.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
okay, I remember that.
yeah.
She sent you an email or
Yeah,
something?
Exactly. So the night before, I was so upset. I was just like, fuck this, I'm going. I said, get out of town. I was upset. But that's something my friends have said to me that I've never said this, but my friends have said, Jeff, sometimes it's hard for me to see this clearly. They can see it more clearly. Jeff, you do realize that if you left Friday at 11 a.m. for Atlanta, what this would have looked like, you would have been in custody. You're really.
Oh.
Now, I'm not saying that, but some of my friends, it was like a clumsy attempt to take attention off her and put it on me. I'm not saying that's true. It sounds a little far-flung to me. It sounds a little clumsy to me. But she knew exactly when I was going to leave. I'm a late riser, and she didn't know I changed my plans, obviously. So I'm glad I changed my plans. I wouldn't blame you guys for being a little more suspicious if you didn't. I mean, if I leave at 11, I don't get a flat tire. You just see me driving north 10 minutes after Danny showed up. So that looks suspicious to a lot of people. I know it makes it sound like a criminal mastermind. It may sound crazy to you, but that's what my friends say.
So that brings me to like what we talked about last night, is that I just feel like Wendy's behavior, and I think with Jeff's intuition and knowing her, I think just something crawled up his behind and said, get out of town. Tomorrow's the 18th. I feel like he looked at a clock or a calendar and was like, oh, it's the 17th. I better be out of here. It's still nuts that he left the night before.
So can I go back to the stuff in June?
Absolutely, I'm sorry.
No, I have any questions you want to ask. I know I talk fast and
It's just a little faster than I'm used to.
My dad's from Boston, so
Okay.
I'm an adopted Southerner, but I haven't slowed down yet. So in June, these are just my impressions. But it was 5 or 6 times in June. I'm playing with the kids. We had a good family life, terrible romantic relationship because she was cheating me all the time. But I'm home with the kids with her. Nice family life.
Remember in the other video, Wendy was using him to, I know you guys call him a manny, but she was using him to basically take care of her children while she was out screwing other dudes. And he told Corey Hale, like he wanted a family. It's so sad. Ugh, Wendy.
You had her house out on
Every time, yeah.
Cameron.
Exactly, off Aqua Ridgewood, nice house. So 4 or 5 times in late June, I'm playing with the kids, reading them stories. I was very close to Ben in particular, spent a lot of time with those children. I look out of the corner of my eye, and Wendy would be in the kitchen crying for no reason whatsoever. And at the time, what it looked like to me is she's like taking it all in, and she looked like she was grieving something. And I would say, what's wrong? And she'd say, nothing's wrong. Or make up some bullshit story. She lied so much, it was hard to know. But in retrospect, it makes me worry a lot because it looked like she was wrestling with something. It wasn't suspicious, it was just weird.
Yeah, I wonder if he was mopping up vomit off of her bathroom floors too. Just saying.
But in retrospect, it's like, wow, let's assume she knew something was going to happen. That's how a person might react. She made a choice, but
That's late June.
That's late June. So that happened enough times that I talked to my friends about it. Also in June, Wendy's a pretty good liar if you get in front of her for an hour or 2 at a time. And Danny's put that in court documents. It's not a secret that she lies a lot. It's how she navigates the world.
Wendy lies a lot. That's how she navigates the world.
But she has a problem with her lying in that I found out she cheated on me with Dan Ossack because she kind of accidentally told me by talking about him all the time, and she's just sloppy. So longitudinally, she couldn't keep her story straight. In the short term, 4 hours, 8 hours at a time, okay. Over a month, saying, well, what about that thing? The stories start, but she talks constantly. She's very extroverted, very narcissistic, very focused on herself, very self-involved. Well, what she was talking about in June, relocation to Miami, how terrible it was to be stuck in Tallahassee, crying like I got stuck here, I didn't choose this, I can't stand it. And she talked about the fact that the only way she could ever relocate is if something happened to Danny.
Did she actually say that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
This is the first time you've mentioned that.
I don't think so. I think I did mention that to Investigator Hale.
Okay.
I think I did. Well, no, it wasn't. I had 3 interviews with Investigator Hale.
Okay.
The next 2 was me trying to tell him things like this. I don't think he was hearing me.
Okay.
So Jeffrey just said that he had 3 interviews with Investigator Hale. So I do know that he went up to the Tallahassee Police Department approximately a month and a half or so after the July 23rd interview with Detective Hale, because there was a police report that that I guess Corey Hale typed up that Jeff had come to the police station, and I guess they just talked in the lobby. Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't remember all of the details, but at the the very last line that Corey Hale documents in the police report is that Jeffrey Lacasse thinks that Wendi is involved.
So no, she didn't say that, Danny. She didn't say that word for word. But it was because I was saying, hey, we're about to like get serious here. Are you gonna be here? Because she hated it so much. I need to know what's gonna happen. And she's like, well, the only way that let me give you the context. The only way I could leave is if something happened to Danny. But if that did happen, that would be a tough decision. I would probably need to go back to Miami to be with my parents. So that scenario came from her. But it was a response to a question from me. So I mean, I guess I need to be fair about that one.
Sure.
But it was, and it's true, right? I mean, it was.
Hey, I know that everybody has seen a lot of this before. In about the next 10 minutes, we're going to start getting into some pretty good stuff that I didn't catch, like the first few times that I've watched this when it was on Deep Dives channel. And I would speed it up, but Jeffrey talks so fast already that we wouldn't be able to understand a word.
I asked if Danny might move with her. She said she would not be willing to do that. But she was talking about that.
She would not be willing to do that.
No, she didn't. Well, Danny had job offers from all over the country constantly, and she didn't want to live in Houston or St. Louis or things like that. I mean, she was miserable here. She was here just because she came with Danny. She didn't like her job. She didn't like the area. She didn't like split custody. I don't know that people knew how upset she was. I mentioned to you before you came into the room when I said this, but this is the time period. I don't know the exact day. I'm so distracted by relationship stuff, I can't quite remember. But she told me that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed in the summer of 2013. She meant it dead serious. I wish to God I'd follow up on that at the time, trying to figure out us. And I thought, well, Charlie's crazy. I can imagine that, but certainly he's not crazy enough to do that. So I didn't worry about it.
That's your interpretation.
Something.
No, let's back up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get into the context of your conversation with her.
Hi, Lolly. Thanks for joining. I did make you a mod. And I do want to thank everyone, especially if you are new subscribers. I think Allison put in the chat a little while ago that I got 10%, 10% more subs last night, which was really nice. And I think it was between like 10 or 11 people subs. So that was very, very nice. Thank you.
Where that comes up about Charlie.
Please.
So
She just, she's talking about Danny. She just completely.
where are we at?
We're at her house in the living room in late June.
Late June of 2013.
Yeah, 2014. Yeah,
I'm sorry, 2014.
Yeah, late June. And you know what? This might have even been. This is sometime between June 20th and the Monday before Danny was shot.
Okay.
And I want to say it was right before, but I don't trust my memory on that the date. And she's talking about Danny because that's all she ever talked about. Danny wasn't a human being; he was Satan.
He was what?
He was Satan.
Satan.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what was real?
Oh, I cannot stand the way he says Satan. Satan. It's so odd. Like Corey Hale had to get him to repeat what he said when he said Satan, and so does Isom.
What's strange about this was that in January, February, March, they had a lot of court stuff, and I could see why she'd be so pissed off at Danny. Danny had calmed down. He liked his new girlfriend. The judge had read him the riot act in court when they went to court the one time and told the other attorney, you need to calm your client down and stop having your client write his own legal briefs. I'm sick of reading this crap. Danny was going to get his butt handed to him by the court, and Wendy was going to have to concede a couple things, but she was going to win, everybody thought. And he had calmed down. He really had. So I was trying to say, we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of all these conversations. She's just ranting and raving about Danny. Very angry with Danny. She's very sensitive. And the worst thing you could do for Wendy is point out that she's not perfect. And that's what Danny represented to her is, he said, you're a liar. Things like that. Anyway, she just comes out of the blue and I said, I just wish something, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, this isn't going to ever be fixed in the way you want it. You're linked to this man for your life. There's no fix for this, but you have to fix what you think and feel. And she said, well, Charlie did look into having him killed last summer. He said it would cost about $15,000.
15,000?
That's right. Seems cheap to me, but you would know better than I. And
It's, I want to make sure I understand
yeah,
this
please.
completely. So June, what was the date?
Between June 20th and March 14th, let's say. I think it's closer to July, between June 20th and July 14th. I think it's closer to July 14th.
Okay. She says, Charlie
did actually look into having him killed last summer.
And
he was told it would cost $15,000.
So real quick, I think I did actually say this before, not recently. I did a live stream. I think that was in September, if I remember correctly. But so I was working about 2 miles away from Trescott the day that Danny was shot. At the time, I would have possibly even been driving through that neighborhood. This is something that I talked to Patty about because a decade ago, Trescott looks a lot different now than it did a decade ago because so many people have renovated and redone their homes. But about a decade ago, it was very hot neighborhood, if you will, for young families. And it's a beautiful neighborhood, and I used to drive through there all the time. A couple of friends of mine, like we would like get them the car at like lunch and just kind of like drive around looking at houses or something. But I was working on the other side of TMH. That's what I do want to say this real quick. What was so heartbreaking, and I don't believe that there was anything that medical professionals really could have done for Dan Markel after he was shot. But, hearing that it took like 18, 19 minutes for the ambulance to get to him, knowing that TMH is a mile away from his house, that was very heartbreaking. And when you hear, Mr. Geiger, the neighbor continues, asks several times, like, where are they? Oh, so sad. Yeah, I heard sirens that day, but I did not. I mean, of course, I wasn't close enough to hear anything. And when I heard that a law professor had been shot in Benton Hills, I immediately thought it's a hit. I did not think that, because there's a lot of older people who are, home in that neighborhood. It's very active during the day. So I didn't necessarily think that it was like a burglary gone wrong or anything like that. I immediately thought it was a hit. And then when her name started coming out right after that, back then, our two local channels, well, Patty talks about like Fox News is also one, but I haven't had cable in over a decade. But WCTV and WTXL are our two main, news online. And back then, WCTV used to have an informal chat that was below articles, and you didn't have to log in. It was called DISC, like DISQUI or something like that. But I was reading comments, and I mean, people were already writing comments that it was a contentious divorce. people believe that Wendi might have been involved. Of course, there was the whole rabbi story that, that Danny was testifying for the prod father up in, upstate New York. And then there was, no one ever mentions this, but I totally remember that Dan Markel and a West Coast professor were arguing back and forth. I'm assuming it was either on Prof's blog or Facebook or something. And I don't know which side of the argument Dan Markel was on versus the other West Coast professor. And I can't remember if the West Coast professor was, I feel like they were at one of the University of Californias. So whether it was UCLA or maybe Cal, I can't remember. But Dan Markel and this West Coast professor had been back and forth in arguments in regards to how many people are in law school that turn around and cannot be hired as lawyers. Like, that was a theory out there. People were like, that was getting hot and heated. And then he was having another argument with, and I forgot what they were arguing about. He was having another argument with some dude that was in Atlanta, and law enforcement did track down that person as well. But there were theories all over the place, but there were a lot of people talking about Wendi in those chats, and now they're all gone. I mean, now all that chat stuff is gone. I mean, I would never even know how to find it.
And one of Charlie's
This is just paraphrased, but I want to make sure I
Yeah,
understand. Charlie did look into having
Danny killed last summer. It would cost about $15,000, and that's not exactly word for word, but that's pretty close to what she said. Wish to God I had followed up. But how do you respond to that? What do you say?
what did you say?
I changed the subject to us. I was interested in working our relationship out.
She ever bring that up?
Okay, I do find this part pretty pathetic. It's like Wendi just said to him seriously that her brother, who Jeffrey already thinks is a nutcase, looked into hiring a hitman last summer to kill Dan, but it was going to cost $15,000, and that was expensive, whatever. And Isom's like, "What did you do?" And he said, "Oh my God, like I was really concerned about my relationship." Jesus, and of course I'm not blaming Jeffrey. Nobody knew what the Adelsons were capable of, apparently.
Up again?
No, never again. But what worries me is that the speech pattern, I'm not trying to play FBI profiler here, but it's kind of similar to when she would say, Daniel Sack and I had coffee yesterday. That means her Daniel Sack had sex. So that's what that means. That's how she lies. So the fact that she would leak a little bit of it out scares me.
Which is kind of like, I told you half a truth instead of half a lie.
That's how she lies. That's exactly. I'm sure you've done that on it anyway. So it doesn't have the impulse control just to say nothing in high stress situations, but it gives you this half-assed version. Yeah. So I thought about that a lot.
I am reading some of the chat, and I am agreeing. Yeah, Amy had the life that Wendi wanted, and much more successful than Wendi was ever going to be. Wendi has never lived up to her potential. Like, her potential on paper, I don't believe she's ever really lived up to it. I honestly cannot wait until there's, of course, an arrest. But when there's a Wendi trial, I feel like there's going to be a lot more information that we've never seen. I know people who know or who knew them as a couple and also knew like her work ethic. And I will guarantee you those folks because they were also neighbors. Those folks are probably going to be on a witness list.
But you do remember the amount is 15,000?
I do remember that.
And I'm sorry, I forgot something else. Another thing is there was such a rush to have this done. First off, school's about to start, right? It's the summer. School's starting in like 2 or 3 weeks. The boys are getting older. She wanted to erase Dan from their lives. And I talked about this on my first live that I did like months ago. So like my father passed away when I had just turned 4 and my sister had just turned 5. We're 11 months apart. So every year, 3 weeks, we're the same age. And the difference between like what my sister remembers versus what I remember of my dad, even though she's only 11 months older than me, is significant. Like I only have about 5 to 6 different frames, if you will, like real life, real life memories of him. And he was also sick for a majority of that time. But my sister has more vivid memories. But yeah, Wendi had to have Dan killed because she was erasing Dan Markel from those boys' lives.
No further than that, nothing else?
There's nothing else. I wish I followed up. I beat myself up about this.
No, you didn't.
What am I gonna do? Call you guys and say my girlfriend said something crazy? I don't know.
No.
The thing that worried me about Charlie is he has a very close friend and goes on these trips with him, who's ex-special forces and is known for being kind of deranged. And I thought that guy was done by somebody who knew what they were doing. So I told you guys that.
What's his name, though? I never got the name.
I don't know. I assumed you guys investigated it. I don't know. He's a tatted up, known affectionately as a deranged guy. Guy just didn't come back the same like some of these guys do, unfortunately.
But he's a close friend of Charlie's?
It's on his Facebook page. That's what I told investigator. Yeah.
Okay.
When I heard the crime occurred, about 12 hours, I was shocked. And then as I'm driving up I-75, in my head, I was like, holy shit, Charlie did it. And he got that guy. I can't remember his name.
You're saying this guy is on Charlie's Facebook page, or was?
Was. I don't know if he is.
Okay.
These are really smart people. I wouldn't be Facebook friends with them anymore if any of this is true. Other thing that happened in June, our relationship isn't doing well. All of a sudden, from nowhere, like a 5-year-old kid will try to manipulate you in a very transparent way.
So you just said, how like a 5-year-old kid will try to manipulate you in a very transparent way. Sometimes it's really hard to hear what he's saying. And thank you guys. Yes, it's been over 40 years, but yeah, my dad passed away when I was really young. And there's a story there, but my mother uprooted us from, all family, including paternal and maternal. And we moved to Florida a couple years after my dad had passed. So, I have like a lot of, I have a lot of sympathy for the boys.
It's like obvious what they're doing. She started doing that kind of stuff. I got the sense we weren't going to make it. It was obvious to me, and I never going to trust her again. All of a sudden, she throws me the world. And I felt at the time, I said to my friends, I've been very careful not to develop like a hindsight bias. I've checked back in with my friends. What did I say? They said, you said in June, it felt like Wendi was stringing you along for some reason. And you couldn't figure out why she just break up with you. She's like, this ain't going to work, So all of a sudden, she's telling me I should move in.
Move in with her?
Yeah, she's talking about moving in. And I wanted a family so bad. She knew that. She manipulated me with the kids constantly. She said the kids should start calling you daddy. I'm going to talk to my mom and dad, and I'm not Jewish. That was all I'm going to prove by the parents. I'm going to give you the passwords. I'm going to give you all my computer accounts. She started acting like this was going to be a permanent thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I can give you a second.
I have to respond to
I
this right
understand.
now.
I understand.
Man, I wonder if Detective Isom is like learning a lot of this stuff. And Jeffrey keeps saying, yeah, I told Detective Hale. I told Detective Hale. I wonder if Craig's like, geez.
Okay, that'll suffice for a while.
No problem. So just at the time, I felt like I was being manipulated. I couldn't figure out why she wanted to keep me around. It was really strange. Just all of a sudden, here's the world. Just all of a sudden being over the top sweet.
I hate to say it, Jeff, I'm confused about this timeline here.
Yeah,
Maybe
but-
we should try to get that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that is a very good point, Patricia, because I'll read it real quick. Like Wendy knew that the boys got older. As the boys got older, that they would be making. Oh, I forgot to be putting up people's things. Sorry, I'm definitely learning. Okay, so this comment, and because their divorce was so contentious, at some point in time, the boys were going to get to be able to choose who they wanted to be with. So yeah, I agree 100% with that.
Okay, where's this week off? What
That's
is
in
the-
July. I've been going.
Okay.
I've been going in order.
Okay.
So we're still in June right now.
Okay, so we're in, but this comment from late June of the 20th through the July 14th is before or after what you're telling me now?
I can't remember exactly.
And it's
when
my
that-
fault.
No, it's
I mean,
okay. No, it's not a fault. I can't remember. I want to be as honest and accurate as I can.
Sure.
I think that's the Monday before he was shot, but I can't be certain. So this would be preceding that.
Preceding, okay.
Preceding that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it just felt strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? To give you an example, I would just be kissing Wendy, and all of a sudden she's like, like a porn star. I've been with a lot of women. Women don't behave like it's just, and we've been together 9 months. I've never seen this before. It's like
Brand new behavior.
Yeah, brand new behavior. I'm going, what's going on? All of a sudden she wants me to.
Wait, I want to rewind it real quick. Jeff cracks me up. He's talking.
Don't behave like it's just, and we've been together 9 months. I've never seen this before. It's like
Brand new behavior.
Yeah, brand new behavior. I'm going.
Wait, hang on.
Preceding. Okay.
Preceding that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So it just felt strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? To give you an example, I would just be kissing Wendy, and all of a sudden she's like, like a porn star. I've been with a lot of women. Women don't behave like it's just, and we've been together 9 months. I've never seen this before.
He's talking about Wendy kissing, or him kissing Wendy, and then she's, obviously acting passionately, and he's like, women don't behave like this. Jeffrey, maybe you're doing something wrong, buddy.
Before it's like
Brand new behavior.
Yeah, brand new behavior. I'm going, what's going on? All of a sudden she wants me to, it just didn't make any sense. It was just really strange, erratic behavior.
She wants you to what though?
Well, I was threatening to leave at this point.
Okay.
So, and I guess if I'm putting on my cop show hat, I'm wondering if it would have looked weird if you break up with your boyfriend and then a week later someone gets shot. You know what I mean? I don't know. So get to mid to late June. She went down to South Florida. She came back. I could tell she had cheated on me. I was very upset. It's very obvious. And I moved to Gainesville, June 20th.
I wonder how Jeff could tell that Wendi had cheated on him when she came back from the June trip.
27th, she accompanied me down there for a work trip.
Okay. 27th.
Yeah, that weekend together. Had to use the GPS on the way down there, and in it I discover that last 50 destinations get recorded. I didn't mean to look at this one, but I see she's been in the Hilton in Orlando like 2 weeks ago when she wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Orlando. She had put the Hilton in. Assuming that's like a sex trip with one of these other boyfriends. So I got really upset with her. We finally had it out.
In Gainesville?
Yeah. Saturday, I tried to, thing was she was going back to Miami for 2 weeks. As soon as we got back, we drive back to Tallahassee. Then she drives down to Miami with her mom.
Oh.
So that was because her mom has to come up to take with her because she's not allowed to go herself. I knew it was the worst time in the world to have a fight. I just finally lost my mind on her. Right? So the only reason this is relevant to the investigation is it precedes this crime by a couple of weeks. I did not touch her. I did not call her names, but I lost my shit on her. I told her exactly how upset I was. I chewed her ass. She decompensated in a way that I've never seen an adult do before. She ended up in the fetal position, sobbing like a 3-year-old, and completely fell apart when I said, I looked at you, left your planner out on the table, and I looked at it, and they know Zach's names all through it. So can we cut the bullshit and just have an honest conversation?
As in, she was still seeing Zach recently?
Yeah, she saw Zach September to May.
Okay.
And she insisted that they had broken up in the fall, and then his name's not very clever. I mean, just the thing she's leaving out on the table. And it says Daniel Zach dinner, And she was doing very erratic things, like she would go to Daniel Zach's house, spend the afternoon with him, have sex with him, come see me, have sex with me. I had to go get a full STI workup. I'm putting my stuff someplace that's another man's. She would go to Daniel Zach's house, spend the afternoon with him, have sex with him, come see me, have sex with me. I had to go get a full STI workup. I'm putting my stuff someplace that's another man's been 45 minutes earlier. She conceded this. So I was really upset, as you can imagine. I mean, and put me with the kids on Mother's Day, and the next day, I was really upset. So anyway, I was pretty angry with her, and you may have seen the email. She actually was manipulative enough that I ended up apologizing for that.
Was this on her Gmail account?
Yes. There's a lot of.
Other investigators. Have looked at those.
Gotcha.
And so I'd have to figure out which one.
And I'm just saying, if you see it, it's a little.
I just didn't know if it was her Gmail account or her work account or a different account.
Yeah.
If I want to go back and look at it, I'm gonna look at the Gmail.
Yeah, that's what you do. That's all you do. Is my impression, at least. I think that's the one I would use. So we had it out, and the reason that's important is she was very concerned about her social reputation. Are you going to tell anybody about this?
About what? Her having sex with Daniel?
And Miguel and Mahil.
Okay, I think I've been muted. Did you guys hear? Now I don't know how long I was muted. Thanks, Patricia. I'm a mutant. Okay. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. That's the first time I did it. I'm trying to be better with that. But did you guys hear me talk about how, like, when he said that he had to have a full STI workup because he was putting his stuff where another man had been just 45 minutes before? Did you guys catch that? I'm going to replay it because I was talking. So maybe what I said is like, well, I just think things happen for a reason. Maybe what I said, because it was a little bit perverted, it probably shouldn't have been said.
She saw back September to May.
Okay.
And she insisted that they had broken up in the fall, and then his name's not very clever. I mean, just the thing she's leaving out on the table. And it says Daniel Sack dinner, you know. And she was doing very erratic things, like she would go to Daniel Sack's house, spend the afternoon with him, have sex with him, come see me, have sex with me. I had to go get a full STI workup. I'm putting my stuff someplace that another man's been 45 minutes earlier. She conceded this. So I was really upset, as you can imagine. I mean, put me with the kids on Mother's Day, and the next day, I was really upset. So anyway.
Yeah, I think we've established that he's completely pee-whipped. It's the power of the pee. Makes people do something crazy. And I also think it can go the other way around. I don't think the P has to just be the one that ends in a Y. It could also be the PENIS as well. Yeah, Jibs, literally sloppy seconds. Well, and I thought, one of the things that separated like humans from the animals is that we're supposed to have some sort of self-control.
I was pretty angry with her, and you may have seen the email. She actually was manipulative enough. They ended up apologizing for that.
Was this on her Gmail account?
Yes. There's a lot of.
Other investigators have looked at those.
Gotcha.
And so I'd have to figure out which one.
I'm just saying, if you see it, it's a little.
I just didn't know if it was her Gmail account or her work account or a different account.
Yeah.
If I want to go back and look at it, I'm gonna look at the Gmail.
Yeah, that's what you do. That's all you do. Is my impression, at least. I think that's the one I would use. So we had it out, and the reason that's important is she was very concerned about her social reputation. Are you going to tell anybody about this?
About what? Her having sex with Daniel?
And Miguel and Mahil and other men. Yeah, and I said, stay together, I won't. If we don't, I won't slander you, but let's be adults here. This is Tallahassee. You know how many people I know? I must be realistic here.
Right.
I said, I'm not going to try to destroy your reputation, but you made these choices. By the way, I'm not.
Did she give a reason?
It's deeply important to her she be perceived a certain way.
No, did she give a reason why she was having multiple sex partners?
Not a good one, no. I mean, she said she didn't actually. She said she was very upset by my behavior in Immokalee when we had two, what you or I would probably consider normal range, uncomfortable conversations for 30 seconds. Where I said, she said, I was afraid in Immokalee you were going to be a jerk. I was like, I said, could you please be more considerate to me? That's literally all I said. She's a hair trigger. I think she didn't want a boyfriend, is my suspicion. I think I was.
Yeah, right, Jim. She was, well, I mean, she only was teaching like what, 4 hours a week or something? She was barely teaching. And according to the family court records, the financial part about the family court records, like Wendi was only teaching 4 hours a week. And FSU, like her position, she was making, well, she documented 80K, which for Tallahassee is pretty damn good, especially a decade ago. But that was one thing that Dan Markel was arguing. He actually said that her salary was higher than 80K a year.
It was awful helpful with the kids and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I think she enjoyed using me as her.
Okay, let's narrow this down.
Yeah.
Okay, June 27th.
Dan Markel definitely made sure that she was in a cush situation, or through FSU, because it was basically a package deal for them to get Harvard educated Dan Markel. They had to find Wendi a job. Kind of sucks for the person who was probably more qualified.
7th, you're telling me is the date that you're in Gainesville and you have this blow up.
Yeah, we have a total blow up.
Okay, so is the comment about Charlie and the 15 grand after that?
It is after that.
Okay, so we can narrow it down to the 27th and
Yeah.
after.
You know what? I just want to be as conservative as I can, but I'm almost positive that was July, the Monday before he was shot. If I had to bet money on it, that's where I put my money.
Okay.
So, when I was talking to her about that, I was struck by how cold and
I don't believe for 1 minute that a student just up and kissed her in the office. Because Jeff just said earlier that she only tells like part of the truth, right? Half truth, half lie, whatever. When she told Jeff that a student had kissed her in her office, I'm assuming that translated to, I just had sex with a student in my office. Because he just said earlier, like if she went to go have coffee with Daniel Sack, or she would tell him I had coffee with Daniel Sack, it actually meant that she had just had sex with Daniel Sack.
I was talking to her about that, I was struck by how cold and callous and basically sociopathic she was. Here I am, I was crying, I was very upset, and I said, you're not a sociopath, I must feel bad about this on a certain level. And she goes, I don't know if I'm a sociopath, I don't feel bad about any of this. And she was laughing and describing some of the experiences she'd had with other men, actually. She was making it clear they were very enjoyable and stuff like that. I've never seen that from men. I've never seen that from a woman before. It was.
What kind of,
I said, there was this one night where you said you were at book club. I know you weren't at book club. She's like, I was pretty drunk that night. I had a really good time that night.
she rubbing this in your face, you think, or is it?
She was, but it was just strange because I'm not the one that did any. I was completely faithful to this woman, and I was very dedicated. Well, you could ask anybody.
But had there ever been a confusion about, okay,
So he just said that whenever she would go out, and then she was rubbing it in his face and said, I had a really great time last night. And he's still staying with her. And it's very sad for Jeffrey because he's admitted several times, like not only did he love Wendi, he also loved the boys. He was co-parenting. He was the nanny, the housekeeper. I wonder if he mowed her lawn. I don't know. She might have had people like a landscaper do that.
Jeff, I'll just do it simple, elementary terms. Jeff loves Wendi. Wendi loves everybody. You see what I'm getting at?
No, that's what
you understood her that she was supposed to be strictly with you.
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew
Right.
I knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly. The Daniel Sack thing, they went to the movies and stuff, but in general, they're at his house. I think they went to yoga and some things too. I got some weird looks from people in public sometimes that made me, I got suspicious. I go to yoga and this one guy be looking at us. I was like,
What are you doing there?
like, I just got the impression, like, was she here with somebody else?
Okay.
That kind of thing. But other, I think that was probably maybe what she wanted. I don't know how relevant it is. I guess what's relevant is that she, I'm over the butthurt being thing. This stuff happens. But publicly, I was her boyfriend. I was. That's one of the things that, I don't know if it was an investigative technique or not reading the file, but Investigator Hale kept calling Daniel Sack her boyfriend. And that got me pretty fired up. And that's one of the reasons I might not have made a lot of sense.
See, so there's something else. There's another interview out there, and I wonder if it probably didn't get recorded. I'm assuming it did not get recorded. But Jeffrey just said that, Detective Hale basically pissed him off because he kept referring to Daniel Sack as her boyfriend instead of Jeffrey. And we did talk about this last night, and the situation where I think that's when I called him pathetic, but that was one of the things that he was concerned with in the interview that we watched last night, the middle one, the one that was like 36 hours after the very first interview with Isom. The date was July 23rd, 2014. But that was one of the things that he was concerned about, and asked Hale, like, who was Wendi referring to as her boyfriend? So, oof. Oh, Jeffrey, I know. I don't want to be making the, when I make like that sigh noise. It's like ay.
Because that was really, it provoked me. I don't know if that's on accident or purpose, but it was one of these things where, like, he didn't seem to know that I was her boyfriend, and he thought Daniel Sack was. It was
Hale did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be quite honest. My understanding was Sack was before you and her hooked up.
Yeah, they just went back to him after spring.
But I thought he went west or north or
He's
something.
in Massachusetts, and he left in late May. So there's 2 months there. Where
I thought he'd been gone way before that.
No. He was
May of 2014?
May of 24. May 20th, 2014 is when he left.
You know that for a fact?
He knows the exact date as to when his nemesis left town. I'm sorry. I'm saying nemesis. I didn't mean to say that, but like, yeah, he left May 20th, 2014. Oh, Jeffrey. He's got a great memory though. I know he's had like a few months at this point and he's got all of his notes, but the information's golden.
Fact?
Yeah.
I got something that sounds conflicting to it. May 20th of 2014?
May 20th or 21st, it was on his Facebook page that he left Tallahassee that day.
Okay.
And no, I know when he was having sex with him in March, April, and May.
Sack went to Massachusetts.
Amherst, University of Amherst, Massachusetts. And the coffee shop thing was May, around that same time. I'd have to look up the exact date, but it was that same
Just
week.
prior to?
Well, I walked in on him having a goodbye coffee together.
Oh, goodbye coffee.
He was
okay.
leaving town the next day. And that's one of the things I was saying when I was talking to Investigator Hale is if men obsessed with Wendi are suspects, you can't trust her to tell you the truth about that. I mean, this is a woman who was separated from Danny, had that boyfriend Markel, and in a deposition lied and said, I'm not seeing anybody. And it's a licensed lawyer who will lie to the court. So that's our narrative to the public, by the way, is that Daniel and I saw each other in the fall, and then that was it.
Say again, please.
That Daniel and I dated in the fall, and then in the spring, her and I had a conversation January 10th, and she told me, like, let's see more of each other, and then as of March 1st, I'm her boyfriend. That's not what happened. She just saw him continually.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
He needs.
So like Isom's like, give me a minute here. I wonder if he has to go and talk to someone, or if he has to just go to the restroom. I don't know if it just hit him, but that's, so she was basically sleeping with Daniel Sack the entire time that she was dating Jeffrey.
Something, if you have a water,
Yeah,
I want to drive it, I appreciate it.
Okay, that is gum. I know last night when I think we were talking about either at like the 140 mark or at the 54-minute mark, either at 140 or 210. Yeah, 140 is actually, he gets a piece of gum at 140 as well. But I made a statement last night saying that he basically had been chomping on that gum for like 2 hours and 10 minutes, and maybe he had put in a Tic Tac to freshen it up, but no, he just got a new piece of gum out, and then he does a new piece of gum again at 140. And when I looked at it, I realized it's basically because I can't even think of any, like, the names of any new gum, but like, remember Chiclets? Like, they came in that like plastic thing where you had to like punch out your gum from the back. I mean, there's tons of gum out there right now that you have to do the same thing, but that's what it is. Well, Allison, I think we're learning here, or we're finding out. I mean, I want to say, which boyfriend? Do you think that she has only one? I'm thinking she's got more than one. Or like Jeff just mentioned earlier, she's got a public boyfriend, and then maybe she's got a couple private ones on the side. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm hearing, I don't know. Oh, I just heard something, but I'm not going to be able to hear. Okay, people are talking. People are talking in the background right now. We're not going to be able to hear what they're saying. Hang on. Where did my pen go? I'm going to jot that down real quick because I want to maybe try to enhance it later so I can hear what they're saying. Something's going on in the background. Okay. Yeah, there's some talking in the hallway. Yeah, I'll have to do it later at some point with some headphones. I might do what I did yesterday and like send it through our karaoke speaker. You can actually hear a lot through that obnoxious speaker. Oh, I suppose I could fast forward since I can't hear anything anyway. I'm sorry. Look, he talks to himself again. Well, I guess this would be first. He just said something to himself. Yeah, right, Jibs? Like Wendy was making out with some dude in front of the kid's school in a car. That's so crazy. And y'all, when I say making out, I'm not actually talking about SCX, like, kissing, heavy petting stuff. I don't know. Maybe they were doing it, but do you? I kind of want to watch his behaviors. That's why I'm not fast forwarding it, but I suppose I could until Isom comes back in. Actually, he's going to be gone for a couple minutes. Oh, what was that? Checking his notes. He just said she did this. Hang on. At 59:20 something, he's about to say she did this. He just says she did this. I didn't catch that before. Oh, what is he saying? Yeah, Jeffrey's full on talking to himself. Let me see if I can see what he's saying. Oh, Jeffrey. He might just be like, this is so sad. I mean, he knows he's on camera, right? He just said something like, I should have walked away, or, oh, what it. I mean, he's all in his own head here.
Thank you so much.
Try not to spill that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the 27th of June is when you went to Gainesville.
That's right, 27 to 29.
27th through 29th, you're in Gainesville. You see the planner. You see Sack's name everywhere.
Well, I seen it earlier in the month, but I confronted her on that in Gainesville.
Okay. And you at a hotel or something? And so did she get upset with you? Does she claim you're snooping or something? Or
That bothered her, but mainly she just collapsed, just sobbing like an infant, just acting really, really crazy. I mean,
you're basically saying, you're seeing me, but at the same time you're screwing this guy.
I said, I know about Daniel Sack. I know you never stopped seeing him.
But you already know because you've seen him at the coffee shop. Do you not?
I didn't see him screwing. I mean,
No. But I mean, is this Daniel Sack at the coffee shop?
It is.
You knew that when you saw him?
I knew who Daniel Sack was when I walked in at the coffee shop. I didn't know he'd be there, but I recognized him.
Facial recognition?
Yeah, I looked him up on the web because she talked about him constantly. So I looked him up.
All right.
So
Jeffrey refers to the internet as the web. That's hilarious.
what in that, I guess the important thing about that meeting is it seemed to like shatter her. She's so fragile and she wants to be seen as this moral, ethical person. She's a friggin' humanitarian on the web, right? I mean, human trafficking and social work.
So what now?
She's like a humanitarian if you look her up on the web.
Okay.
She wants to be seen as this ethical, loyal person.
Okay.
And she couldn't handle it. So she like lost her shit in a way I just want to say I've never seen. She sobbed, but the next morning she sobbed all the way from Gainesville to Tallahassee, and I was upset, but it was.
But I thought, and you're just gonna have to bear with me as far as I thought that after I can see that she's in this fetal position, she's demoralized, whatever. And then I thought she snaps right out of it and says, I had a great time.
That's what concerns me. Is I used to work in a psych hospital. I've seen this kind of stuff before. It's a good question. She was vacillating between, it was crazy. 1 minute confessing, literally telling me I wanted to sexually experiment with people. I wasn't ready, this kind of stuff. The next minute, I never did that. I mean, it was like insane.
Contradicting what you just said?
Absolutely. And on the way back up, she goes, I never did any of that. I said, well, you confessed to me like 7 different times last night. I did not. It was crazy.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So that's like in your face gaslighting, right? Like confessing that she slept with multiple men during their relationship and then literally turning around and denying it. How about when Jeff said that he's worked in a psych ward before and Wendi is behaving in that manner? Hot mess in a handbasket.
Absolutely insane. So it doesn't make sense. I understand because it didn't make sense.
Okay. Let me go back to this special forces guy.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you Charlie's friend on Facebook? Or
I was.
Okay, you were.
I was. It wasn't until all this stuff happened and then I befriended everybody that was associated with Wendi just to clean my life up.
Okay, but when you were on the Facebook,
he said he defriended everybody who was associated with Wendi in order to clean his life up.
Facebook, a friend on Charlie's Facebook page, you're saying that this guy that you knew as being a special forces, ex-military, psychopath, whatever.
By reputation.
Okay, by reputation. Did you ever hear a name being called?
No, there's pictures of him and Charlie together on the page.
Okay. Do you have any of that saved?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Can you describe the guy?
I couldn't. He was a big guy. He looked like a
Tattoos.
Looked like an ex-ranger or something. And Charlie doesn't have that many friends. It can't be that hard to track down because there's like this foursome of them that hangs out, and my memory is that he is part of the Charlie's crew, you know.
The inner circle?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And certainly Wendy talked about him a lot. She'd heard a lot of stories, you know. So
She can't recall a name,
I can't.
nickname?
There's all these crazy, and I can't remember the stories, but all these crazy stories when these guys were drinking and partying, and all stories like that, you know, drinking stories and things like that.
Okay, was there any other, so this was just what you're seeing on Charlie's page.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have interaction with this guy
Never met
directly.
him, never met him. Wendy talked about him periodically because she found him amusing.
Let me do this. Jibs, to answer your question, right here. Wendy wanted to meet Catherine because she knew that Catherine was finding the trigger people for Charlie. And no, Wendy would not allow her children to play with Katie's. I'm pretty sure of it.
She met him a few times.
And what was,
He's crazy. I mean, you know, but in a fun way. It wasn't like negative. And I mean, if Charlie arranged a killing of Danny Markel, I don't know that it would be that guy. He was just the first guy that popped into my head. Like, well, that's got to be something I was looked at. I mean, you know.
so you're basically putting this guy's face as someone who would carry out the wishes of Charlie.
Yeah, because these guys are close friends, is my impression through Wendy.
Right, Patricia?
Also, this show looked like somebody who had done this before. This guy's reputation is that he was doing building to building combat in Fallujah or whatever, so it wouldn't be a new thing. So that's why it popped into my head.
Okay, was there any, you know, and we're just talking,
Yeah.
but was there anything that would lead you to believe that this person had committed something like this before?
No, not at all.
So it wasn't like, you know, here's G.I. Joe and got 40 kills under his belt or anything like that.
Oh, I think his reputation was of a combat hardened veteran that had seen real stuff.
How is a periodontist or whatever, Charlie, is some type of specialized?
As a periodontist, that's right.
Okay.
He's a very interesting guy, and you may have known guys like this. I know some in Tallahassee. He's friends with people on both sides of the tracks. He's got friends that are physicians and professors and all that. He's got guys he hangs out at his gym that don't have a high school diploma, and he's able to buddy up with them too. He's very good socially. Charlie is street smart. He comes off kind of like a con man. He is really good with women. He's one of those con man womanizer types. Different girl every night. Very socially smooth. So he enjoys flowing from one side of society. He has a Ferrari. I mean, he could just hang out in the upper crust. He doesn't. He enjoys slumming with these other guys, you know. So I think he's taken trips with that guy, though. If you're going to look into it, I believe he's part of the crew that went to South America.
I have somebody checking right now to see if maybe we're talking about the same person.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, by the way, Charlie is so industrious and so street smart that if it wasn't that guy, it wouldn't make me any less suspicious that Charlie was involved. He just was the natural first thing that popped into.
So what do you think, Jeff? You don't. Okay, so when you first started talking to me today, and don't take this the wrong way, but when you first started talking to me, I thought we were fixing to crucify Wendy right here as far as everything, and that she was directly involved. Not necessarily that she killed her ex-husband, but had solicited for someone to do it.
I still believe that. I'm 100%. I never say 100%. I'm a researcher. I was 90% sure when I talked to you guys in July. I was waiting for you to catch somebody because then maybe I'm crazy, right? So then when Myron May happened, I thought maybe it was Myron May. You know, I'm just wondering. At this point.
So just real quick, a reference, and I might actually do a video on Myron May. I know a lot about him. Plus, I also knew, I knew where he was staying at the time. But Myron May was a mass shooter. And I say mass shooter because by definition, I believe it's 2 or more or 3 or more. But he went into an FSU library and shot up the place. It was it was a wild time. I can't even remember exactly when it happened, but he was also, I guess, what they consider an incel. A lot of very close characteristics between Myron May and then Scott Beerley. Scott Beerley is the hot yoga studio shooter from November of 2018, which hot yoga is pretty much at the intersection of Thomasville Road and Benton Hills in Tallahassee. But yeah, Myron May was, I just want to look real quick what year that was. Or I'm sorry, what date it was. Of course it was. Okay, November 22nd, 2014. And the hot yoga, I know it was November of 2018, and I want to say it was November 10th. I think it was right before Veterans Day. But yeah, that's what Jeff is referring to. That I guess he was staying back. Oh, it was November 2nd of 2018. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to give you guys a reference when because he talks very fast. But yeah, Myra May shot up at FSU library.
I'm pretty confident. I got a couple. Can I give you a couple other things?
Yeah, but just slow for me, please.
Yeah, because there's a couple others, just two other suspicions.
Let me just before you get into that, I don't want to throw off your train of thought, but I want to address this. This is an email that I think you're referring to. I'll give you an opportunity to read it.
Yep, that's the one she sent. That's where I'm going right now.
Okay. So this is.
Yes, Wesley John Holmes, and I used to have like bookmarks of someone on YouTube actually captured a whole bunch of, I don't know if it was like his Facebook or whatever social platform he was on, and his rantings, like ranting and raving about not being able to get a chick. And yeah, Scott Beerley is a nut job. And that's the hot yoga studio shooter.
July 15th, is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay, July 15th is the Tuesday before.
The thing she told me about Charlie would have been the night before this.
Okay, so we are on the 14th.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. It would have been Monday, July 14th. That's actually just where I was going for right now.
Go ahead.
So she goes to South Florida for 2 weeks. We barely talk. It's hard on both of us. You guys have emails. It's bullshit romance stuff going back and forth. We had one long conversation and decided to patch things up. She sounded very calm in this conversation.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah.
She's in Miami.
She's in Miami. And while she's in Miami, she always says, she would just disappear for 14 days. I wondered if there was another man down in Miami too. It seemed plausible because her parents take care of the kids. It doesn't make sense how busy she is. Come back Monday, we go on a date. That's the 14th. That's the night that.
Okay, you're on the date here.
Yeah, we're on a date here. It was real awkward. And she was a little strange, but it was overall a pretty positive date. So I had some hope in terms of the relationship. She said that thing about Charlie. I think I'm so distracted by this relationship stuff. That's the reason I didn't follow up on that bizarre thing she says about Charlie having Danny killed. But at the end of the night, she wants me to drop all the Daniel Sack stuff, everything else. She goes, that never happened. And I said to her, Wendy, we can break up, but I'm not going to go on a relationship. Like this didn't happen. It happened. So she's not. Danny's the only relationship she ever had. I said, I know you don't know how this works, but if you want to go to a counselor, you can, or you talk it out. But you don't just say that never happened. This happened. And she seemed to find that devastating. Back to the who knows about this, who's going to know about this. Does your friend Steven know about this? Oh, Jesus,
That's on the 14th.
It's on the 14th. So
that you're having this conversation during or after your date?
After the date.
Back at her house?
Back at her house.
Okay.
Back at her house. And didn't have wine that night. She was sick. She got back cold. She was really stressed out and sick. So the next day is Tuesday the 15th. Wake up in the morning. I call Wendy and I told Investigator Hale this. I don't know if there's anything here, but it was kind of bizarre. Talk early in the morning, maybe 9 or 10. And I said, I'd like to see you today. I was a little encouraged. She said, yeah, I'd love to see you. And she'd locked herself out of her house. I said, well, come hang out with you. She said, I'd love to spend time with you. And then I waited. 3 hours later, I get a phone call, and she's like, actually, I got into the house. Let's not do the afternoon. Let's just go to yoga together. So
Where?
Yoga.
Okay.
So we went to yoga together. It was awkward as hell. She was cold. She was done. I can tell. So I'm sitting there yoga going, okay, this is over. Walk her to her car at the end of yoga, and I say, I love you. I don't know what else to say. She goes, I know. I was like, well, that's not nice of you.
So, I love you.
I know.
And she goes, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Of course you do. I'm a goddess.
Oh my gosh, Isom is hilarious here. Jeffrey says, I love you. Wendy responds, I know. And then Isom's like, oh, I know, I'm a goddess. He's talking like Wendy.
Talking about narcissism. Yeah. So I'm like, I literally went, okay. I just turned to leave, and this, all hell it is, but I want to say it again. She goes, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I'm thinking, why the hell does she care? It's obvious.
You're walking away, you're separating?
Yeah, I went 10 paces away from her, and she says, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I lie. And I say, actually, it's up in the air. Because we talked about if we broke up, I should come over and say goodbye to the kids. I was hoping she'd invite me over. And she said, well, she was deeply interested. She asked me 3 or 4 questions.
But this is after this, right?
It is after. No, that's not. I get this email at the end of the night. She goes home and she sends this email. This is after this. This is after the conversation. The conversation I'm telling you about right now happens an hour before I get this email.
An hour before. Okay, so we're still Tuesday the 15th?
Yeah, at 7:00 at night.
Okay.
Get out of yoga.
Okay.
So she asked 3 or 4 questions about under what circumstances would I go? Why am I thinking about not going? She seemed deeply interested in what I'm going to do on Friday. It just was bizarre. I was like, well, whatever. Got home, got this email. What was so strange about this? We just spent 16 days away from each other, thinking about things. Then I get this. I told her, if you don't want to do this, send me a text.
I agree, Allison. I actually don't. My opinion is that she didn't want to find the body, that she was just making sure it had been done. That's my opinion. I know other YouTube channels have differing opinions. I actually think if there was no police there and she was driving by and saw, the car in the garage and seen the shattered glass, like she would have been able to look into the garage driving by. I think she would have just kept driving, that she would have never stopped. Yeah. And I just made that comment, Allison, just because I know other creators have, I believe Roberta thinks that. But I don't really know. But of course, everyone's entitled to their opinion. But yeah, she would have just kept driving. That's that's what I believe. I believe she is that cold-hearted.
A text and say, I can't do this anymore. Why would you string me along for a week? It's real strange.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yeah.
And I'm going to read this aloud. So if you're
He's about to read out loud I think that this is the no contact order email that Jeffrey refers to, no contact order.
something, it pains me to be writing this to you now, but here we go. I need some space to clear my head and to figure out how to move forward. I am heartsick, but my head and my heart are having 2 different reactions to us being together, and I can't reconcile them to be in this like you would want me to be. So she's saying you're coming on too strong, basically, is what I'm reading. You want a full commitment.
No, that's not how I read it, but I mean,
Isom bringing out the truth.
Well, I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. Is that not true? I mean, do you want a full commitment from her?
I wanted to continue the relationship, yes.
Okay.
But we had discussed just breaking up. We just spent 16 days apart thinking about things.
Right, you're 16 days apart, then you go on a date on the 14th. She makes the comment about her brother was looked into killing Danny the previous summer, which would have been summer of 2013. She didn't specify a month. You didn't question her anymore about that.
I was too focused on this stuff. Yeah, I didn't.
No, when she's making this statement on you're saying the Monday.
Yeah.
Which would be the 14th.
Yeah.
When she makes this statement that Charlie had looked into having someone do this for 15, it was going to cost. Hey, how much does it cost to kill this guy? And the answer that Charlie gets is 15,000. He shares that with his sister.
Yes.
Okay. And then she says that to you, and that was in the context preceding that conversation was basically, what do you want to do? You don't like it here. I'm talking in your.
That was part of the conversation. It was a constant conversation about Danny is awful at Tallahassee sucks. That's about all she ever said.
And I can't do anything. I'm stuck here because, I guess she got denied relocating with the kids.
She did.
And she's saying, I'm stuck here unless something happens to Danny, what you're getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at.
And then she just spills this out.
And then I think, by the way, she just went to the bathroom. I think there was something like that where
But you're saying that, there was no more conversation about, this is huge to me. This is like, my brother's already checked into it and it costs this much.
Yeah,
Is it like this is still available and open, or 15 grand is too much we're too cheap?
His family's rich. I mean, that's nothing.
No, I know, but
He's got petty cash in his office.
Okay, but was this like, this option still available? Is that how it was?
It was just said in passing, and I've mulled it over in my head 100 times. I didn't know what it meant.
Okay, so my brother checked into it and it was gonna cost 15 grand.
I'm just heartbroken in this situation. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about how do I get this woman back.
I realize, but I'm trying to.
Jeff's so concerned about his own relationship, it's not registering that she's trying to figure out if he's interested in the 15K.
Glean this from what the interpretation that you got from it.
Yeah.
I know you told me you didn't ask her anything more about it. I mean, a statement like this, don't take this the wrong way, but if I was in your shoes, I'd be saying, what the hell are you talking about?
I got used to her craziness.
That's
okay, right. So
right.
She's all over the place all the time. So I think I just wrote it off as another crazy thing Wendi says.
But you recall the amount.
I do, and I went back to a couple friends because I told them about this.
Right.
After Danny got shot, I said, holy shit, that's what happened. So I beat myself up about that.
No, I don't want you to beat yourself up. I just want to make sure that you didn't, I'm just trying to get you to see, is there anything else that you can recall? I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
I know I did.
I'm saying, are you sure you didn't miss something else in that conversation?
No, because it was right back to her and I.
Okay. All right.
Since you're going to be here, and that's not going to happen, that.
So this comment is made in passing as she's traipsing off to the
Something
bathroom.
like, or bedroom or something.
Comes back out, it's all.
And,
okay,
I say, I had a good time last night, or something like that.
Okay.
It was that kind of thing. So she sent me this email, and I don't know if it's coming. I didn't know what to make of it. I sent it to some of my friends who know her pretty well. It said, she's crazy, is what they said. I mean, why wouldn't she just break up with you? It doesn't even make sense. I should have broke up with her. But we've been apart 16 days. She wants another week. But recall that when she left Danny, she just moved out while he was gone. So confrontation isn't her thing, so maybe that's why. So Wednesday goes by. There's Thursday. Thursday, she.
You're still up in the air about leaving. You've told her, I don't know for sure if I'm leaving Friday or not.
That's right. She doesn't know for sure. I don't know if she would have known. We have mutual friends that I told on Wednesday or Thursday that I was going, that it wouldn't shock me if she were able to find out that I was going. I mean, we have mutual friends.
But your answer to her was, I don't know yet.
That's right. But the next day I decided to go. So I was
on Wednesday.
Yeah, I decided to go for sure on Wednesday. Thursday, she changes her Facebook picture. I'm sure you've seen the picture of her in the beautiful purple dress. It's all over the media. And that was bizarre to me because that's a Victoria's Secret dress. It's not a dress you hang out at your parent. You might wear it to a club if you're an undergrad. You might wear it to bed. You don't hang out at your parents' house wearing that dress. And to me, it was
Was this a dress that you gave her?
no. But you saw the picture. It's fairly scandalous.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But if you went to Google and type in Wendy's name, she's a pretty girl, but you'll find nothing where she looks even close to how she looks in that picture. She looks gorgeous in that picture.
On the Facebook?
Yeah, and it was suspicious to me after the fact that that picture was changed 12 hours before Danny shot, and that's the picture that was distributed to the media. She's very concerned with her appearance and how she looks. So I know that maybe sounds crazy. Investigator Hale seemed to think it was, but I thought this is so strange. She changed her Facebook picture twice in 2 years. And the night before Danny's shot, and she's going to be all over the media, she looks like a Victoria's Secret model, you know?
Okay.
So, but I was bothered enough by that picture because
What was the prior picture?
something that looks more like a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids would have on her Facebook page.
Okay.
All the other pictures, and she looks pretty enough, but that one looks, she looks amazing in that picture.
Okay.
She's not even that pretty in real life. That picture, I think
Photoshop.
her dad photoshops that stuff. He does that kind of thing. So it was a picture produced for her by her father, I believe. So Friday I leave. Thursday night I leave. About an hour after I saw that picture, I said, fuck this. And I just drove out of town. The next day, Danny shot at 11 a.m. No one contacts me, which we have a lot of mutual friends, and they didn't. I talked to some of them after the fact. They tell me that they were under the impression that I was very likely an actual suspect in this case. I posted on Facebook from Tennessee Friday night at a time.
So I just want to make this comment real quick. I know that like pretty much his paper trail like is what saved Jeffrey, because remember he gets a blowout on his tire leaving Atlanta and heading to Tennessee. So that would have been, I think yesterday we established, I think he said it was like 12:26 p.m. on the 18th. But okay, so not only does Jeffrey get a blowout, right? And then, you know, like the hitmen, like they shoot the gas line. And this, I'm kind of going or talking a little bit to Wesley John Holmes, because yeah, you're right. If this was not so serious, this entire thing would be like a comedic, like a dark comedy. It's crazy.
Time where it would have been impossible for me to ever have been here at the time of the shooting. I found this really puzzling, and what some people have told me after the fact is that you know, you guys searched Wendy's stuff. It says talk to Jeff about stalking in her calendar. If somebody was stalking with you, would you need to write yourself a note to remind yourself to talk to somebody about it? It's real strange, especially since never did anything approximate. I snooped. I conceded that I snooped. If I had any options, I don't feel badly about it at this point. She didn't contact me for 10 days. She told me that the police had instructed her that I was a suspect and she was not to return a text message that I sent her. That she could not do that.
So Wendy's totally lying, right? Like, I guess Jeffrey's believing her.
I actually recently dated a criminal defense attorney just coincidentally, and she thought that was bizarre because she said they want you talking, you want to incriminate yourself, they're going to get access to this stuff. But
That didn't come from me.
I don't think it came from anyone. It was very strange. Well, I know legally you can't do that probably, but
No.
I mean, it's at least you want to. So I wasn't in the room with her. I don't know how she acted or whatever, but it was implausible that I did this. And I don't know if she told me I tried to protect you from the police. They want to know where your house was. They want to know this. I said, I don't need protecting. How come none of your friends called me or texted me? Well, they told me later that she seemed to be concerned that I actually did this.
Why would you do it?
I know. Why would I do it?
Well, what did she say? Well,
Crime of passion. We're breaking up and Jeff's upset. Why would I go kill Danny because I'm upset with Wendy? And by the way, as soon as I heard he's dead, I said, that's it for us. She's back in Miami. That's it. I know. It's the dumbest thing ever. That's what I was doing. I work at FSU. I can't move. By the way, I was in the Air Force. Last time I fired a gun was an M16 in basic training, and I missed the target. Mostly, I'm not a shot. So she also described to me how she knew the details of the crime scene. It sounded very precise, like someone that knew what they were doing. It's implausible she could actually think I did this. I'm a clumsy, absent-minded professor with osteoarthritis and a bad shoulder. I mean, so I don't know if she said that to you guys. I know you can't tell me that. But she was telling people in her social circle, apparently, that they shouldn't contact me, I guess, that, this was really a possibility. And that just seems deeply suspicious to me. A lot of these people aren't really close friends with me, but I found out about this crime third hand. And that just struck me as incredibly strange. And suspicious, very suspicious. I just got a couple other things and then I'll answer your questions we have. I talked to Hale and I talked to you. One of the things that we might want to go over in a minute is when I talked to Officer Hale, I know you guys were under pressure. It was a crisis situation, as you were saying. But I was given a list of the men that I knew Wendy had been involved in to some degree. And a lot of times it was just suspicion of sexual involvement. I didn't know, but clearly she talked to them about a lot, so they were looking at. And Officer Hill, or Investigator Hill, was very polite and kind to me, given the situation. Just simply wasn't interested in the long list of names. He says, we're looking for a degenerate. We're not looking for these kind of guys you're saying. And I should have been more assertive, but we should just hang out with degenerates. This is actually a contract killing. This could be rich, powerful, influential men. And so there's some names that you didn't even want to write down. So that's the one thing from the previous meeting that was a thing. Just to wrap up the Wendy thing, 10 days later, she texts a friend of mine and says, does Jeff ever even want to talk to me ever again?
who was that?
To a Fran Gamori, who's a mutual friend. He's pretty certain she was involved in this too at this point. She'd been down to the house, visited with the family a couple of times since the crime, describes it as just a bizarre environment when you walk in the room, so secretive and weird. But I mean, it was just strange because she didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong, and by not contacting me, why would she say that if you guys told her not to? I don't want to get my own relationship stuff tied up with the crime stuff, but it's just strange. Called Officer Hale, said, hey, just so you know, Wendy has a key to that house on Trescott. So I know there was some mystery and discussion and speculation how the guy get in, or I don't know the crime scene details, but Wendy's constantly losing keys. So, and rediscovering them, all the time.
Right.
So she had keys. He didn't call me.
I wonder if I'm reading chat. I wonder if Donna washed the money in her own washing machine or if she did it at one of the laundromats that they own. And Jibs has a video on Donna washing money. I think that's your first. Oh no, the hand grenade is your first video. But yeah, Jibs did a video of Donna washing money. But I don't believe that she used like I call them like I guess article, like, delicate bags, like mesh bags. Because clearly she didn't dry the money that well. It didn't get dried. But she could, you guys have left $1 right in your jeans pocket before, and when you find floating, clean, stiff $1 in your dryer after it's been through the washer and the dryer, yeah, I don't think it would have fallen apart, but it definitely wouldn't have been moldy. So she didn't dry it good. Yeah, I don't know if she thought that that's what laundering money meant, but I'm thinking that the reason why she washed the money is because she wanted to make sure it didn't have their fingerprints and stuff on it.
Call me back on that, and I don't know if it was helpful And then here's just a list of strange things that she said after the crime. I talked to her 3 or 4 times. She said, I love Tallahassee. I wanted to remain in Tallahassee for the rest of my life.
These are phone conversations?
Yes, these are phone conversations. Danny has so many enemies, it will be impossible to figure out who did this.
So right there, like Wendy's like full on, like not even acting like she's not gaslighting him. She's saying, like, I would have stayed in Tallahassee. And then the last part that he just said, that's very interesting. And I don't know if I've used that term a lot tonight, but I'm trying not to.
For the rest of my life.
These are phone conversations?
Yes, these are phone conversations. Danny has so many enemies, it will be impossible to figure out who did this.
Danny has so many enemies, it would be impossible to figure out who did this. This is what, Wendy's saying to him while they're on the phone. And this is the phone call that happens after the murder. And she's, back in South Florida. And Jibs and I have had this conversation, like in everyday life, like what people have a lot of enemies? Like normally people don't have a lot of enemies. Like Dan Markel was not, mobster or anything like that. He's just a professor. A law professor, a very good one, but that's just bizarre.
Pretty beloved man. I mean, he's an abrasive guy, but that's a strange thing to say. I've never heard.
And also remember, she said the same thing to her brother Robert on the phone and wouldn't talk to him about anything in regards to Dan Markel's death.
Any sympathy from her one time about Danny. She still seems enraged, obsessed, and defiant about Danny. I told Officer Hale that her and Charlie went to dinner maybe 3 weeks after the crime. Charlie called it a celebration dinner via text. She puked on the table during the dinner after Charlie said something. She wouldn't tell me what he said. She said Charlie made a remark and I've just puked everywhere.
Celebration dinner?
That's what Charlie called it. You can look up, if you have access to text, you can find out. Yeah, that's what she called it. When she was just in town, she was cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off.
He just said, if you have access to text, then you'll see that that's how she referred to the dinner. So when Georgia Kappelman asks Wendy, and she's on the stand, did you refer to this as a celebration dinner, or did you tell Jeff that your brother Charlie referred to it as a celebration dinner? And Wendy says no. According to what Jeff just said, sounds like there's some text messages where Wendy actually does refer to it as a celebration dinner. Yikes.
She said the kids are having problems, but not because of Danny's murder. So the kids are peeing in bed and having natural kid stuff, not because of Danny's murder. That's a really weird thing to say.
That part just breaks my heart, you guys. Like the children were fully potty trained, and now they're, having, I don't know if it's enuresis or encopresis, but they're obviously having, bathroom issues. And enuresis and encopresis, that's basically that's when someone urinates or has bowel movements involuntarily. And absence, and I do know this for a fact, absence of a medical issue in children, that is one of the biggest signs of sexual abuse, is enuresis and encopresis in children. Outside of medical issues, because there are children who have medical issues that happens.
say. Most people would say they're upset because their father just got killed. It seems to be important to her that it not be because of that. She was very upset that I attended Danny's memorial service. The Tallahassee Democrat ran the story. They put, must have been her worst nightmare, front and center picture of Jeff Lacasse in the second row, sitting next to Stephen Tripodi and Frank Amori. She was telling people.
Oh, and no, and I just want to clarify real quick. I'm not saying that the boys were SA'd at all. Okay, I'm not saying that, because obviously something traumatic's happened to them, and of course they're using the bathroom after having been potty trained. They're using the bathroom probably at night, pee in the bed, and it's because of the trauma that they've just experienced, losing their father and then their mom getting in a vehicle basically within 72 hours, and her ass is back down in South Florida. So yeah, the boys were traumatized by the loss of their father. Wendy's like, oh, telling Jeff, like, the kids are having bathroom issues, but it's not because of Danny's death.
Well, like, why would he do that? He hates Danny. The man died. It doesn't matter what I thought of him. He died. He's my colleague. And then lots of strange and erratic behavior. She mailed me back every gift certificate I ever gave her. Just came in the mail with no return address. Started dating a woman that Wendy knew tangentially. And once Wendy found out about that, she called her. I don't know what she told her, but that blew up on me. There's this aggressive component people don't often see. And then when she was just in town last time, she asked Frank Amori, she's still painting me as a stalker. She said, do you think there's any chance I'll be giving my talk and Jeff Lacasse would come and maybe just attend the talk? Or Fran said, she's actually irritated with her. She said, why would he do that? You know, I actually left town while she was here because I didn't know, small town, I didn't want to run into her. I actually fear her.
He just says, I actually fear her. And he's talking about Wendy. Wendy has the audacity to ask their mutual friend, Fran, like, you think while I'm giving my talk, Jeffrey's going to show up in the audience? She's so full of herself. Well, it's also a part of her still trying to make people think that he is infatuated with her or a stalker or whatever.
So that's my list of things. And when I go through all that in my head, I come to the conclusion, as you said a minute ago, that she was at least aware this was going to happen, and I think probably involved in it. I got a list of men here. I don't know if you want to see that or not.
I'll take your list if I can read it.
Yeah.
Or else I'll write it over again.
Can I just tell you? I mean, that would be easiest. It's not that long. There's 7 entries.
So of course I'm not going to rewind it, but I did put a little timestamp, like at the 59 minute mark, about 20 seconds or so. That's when he's sitting in there, you know, and Isom's out, and he says to himself, she did this. So the more and more he's regurgitating the relationship and everything that he knows about, you know, Wendy, he's immediately coming to the realization that she did this.
These are
men that she spoke about a lot, and I don't believe she.
Allison, I'm so sorry, sweetie. I'm reading your last comment. I'm not going to pull it up, but I'm sorry.
Be honest with you guys about this sort of thing.
She spoke to you about.
Yeah. And or I knew she was at conferences with, and or I suspected she had sex with. I still suspect her and Charlie did this, but I know you guys have to look at everything.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, there's Daniel Sack, there's Mehul Patel.
Hold on a second. Sack?
Yeah.
S-A-C-K, right?
Yeah, just like it sounds.
Mehul
Patel. Patel. There's Miguel Edmondson.
Edmondson?
Yeah, it's like Edmondson. There's two guys named Trey. They're different guys. One's in Destin as a real estate lawyer. One's in Orlando as another kind of lawyer.
Trey?
There's TRE.
Trey?
There's two Treys.
Okay, Trey, that's all you got, is just first name?
First name. They're both Facebook friends with her.
Okay, one's
a real estate lawyer in Destin. And actually the other one I couldn't swear is a lawyer.
another Trey, TRE,
Yeah.
and who's a what now?
I think he's in Orlando. I don't know his profession. I think he's probably a lawyer. Most of them are.
Okay,
There's a person I only know as a gastroenterologist, a GI doc in Miami that I believe she was seen in early July. He was at her house an awful lot right after the crime.
here
No, I mean in Miami.
in Miami, gastrointestinal
Yeah.
physician in Miami.
In Miami. And I never heard of him until July. All of a sudden, it made me a little suspicious. All of a sudden, he's around in July. This happens, and he's around after the crime too.
Okay.
So I wondered.
Okay,
Then there's these conferences she attends, and I don't want to be too graphic, but she comes back from, if you're interested in people that were obsessed or sexually involved, she comes back from conferences with slap marks on her ass. It's very obvious what happened to her at conferences.
There we go. That's what we've been waiting for, right? I'm going to rewind it real quick. Comes back from conferences with slap marks on the ass. I think we did go through some of this. I'm going to run it probably for another 10 minutes of the video and then see how everyone's doing. So, and I just looked at my sticky when I said,
So she went to the British American Project conference in London in the fall of 2014.
after the death.
2013. Sorry, that's before the
Okay.
death. And there's a lot of rich, influential guys there. And she before the
Okay.
death.
oh, sorry. Let me go back for a second.
Said he's around in July. This happens, and he's around after the crime too.
Okay.
So I wondered.
Okay,
Then there's these conferences she attends, and I don't want to be too graphic, but she comes back from, if you're interested in people that were obsessed or sexually involved, she comes back from conferences with slap marks on her ass. It's very obvious what happened to her at conferences. So she went to the British American Project conference in London in the fall of 2014.
after the death.
2013. Sorry, that's before the
Okay.
death. And there's a lot of rich, influential guys there. And she goes to the Coca-Cola conference in Atlanta. There's this very wealthy advertising executive and an assistant coach for the Cleveland Browns that she was hanging out with there. I know this sounds crazy. How could they be involved? But those are men that.
And she told you about the Coca-Cola guy?
Yeah.
She got a name?
Just no rich guy, advertising agency, Coca-Cola. He's at this conference in, when was that conference? April of 2014. She attended that conference. There wasn't that many attendees. And pretty sure she had sex with him. I don't know if that means he killed anybody. And it's the strengths coach for the Browns. I think he's Google Browns coach, Coca-Cola scholar. He's on there.
The guy that's the Coca-Cola executive is also the strength coach?
No, it's called Coca-Cola Scholars. It's a program,
Okay.
a conference. So there's two guys there. And Wendi had talked to me about having sex with multiple guys on multiple days. So I don't think you can say, well, she was at the conference. She was with Mahul, so she didn't have sex with this guy. So she was bragging about that.
Okay, so I got Daniel, Mahul Patel, Miguel Edmondson, two Treys, a GI doc in Miami, and at a Coca-Cola conference, there was an executive and a strength coach for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, an advertising executive. It's actually from the biggest advertising agency in California or something like that. He's a really heavy hitter. He's a really wealthy man. The reason I mention that is you couldn't talk to Wendi for 10 minutes and not ever talk about her situation with Danny Markel. So I know one of the theories might be that someone took it upon themselves to do this, and that I'm crazy and none of this is true. I don't believe that's true. I just want to give you every bit of
I'm with you.
information I can.
No, I'm with you.
I believe very strongly that she had something to do with it. There's too many coincidences here, and this is just the stuff where I felt like 100% confident I could tell you this is true. I had a lot of impressions, and there's a lot of other stuff I could babble about all day long.
So yeah, that's what Jeffrey was doing. He's like, he's in his head, right? He's going back and forth. That's why he's in there talking to himself. And I will say this. I used to talk to myself. About 20 something years ago, my husband gave me a gift and I opened it up and it was one of those little like handheld digital recorders. And I was like, oh, okay, what's this for? He's like, for you to record. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, let me back up. Oh, he got it so I could record myself because every morning when he was waking up, he would come into the kitchen and be like, who are you talking to? And I would say, like, I'm practicing, like whether I needed to give a presentation or I had something to do that day or I had to, testify or give a deposition or something like that, I would be practicing out loud. So yeah, he gave me a digital hand recorder. He's like, who are you talking to? I'm like, no one. I'm practicing.
Just so I'm clear, when she went to this Coca-Cola conference in Atlanta, she met not just one, but two guys. Is that what you're saying?
She talked a lot about when Hill was at that conference.
Okay.
Hill used to send flowers to the house. I'm sure they had an arrangement of some sort. And she spent Christmas with him in 2013 as well.
What does he do?
He's a rich guy in New York.
Just a rich guy.
He's a banker, I think.
And this Sack, he was a professor, right?
He's a professor.
Which law?
No, he's English and humanities.
Well, the list just keeps going.
I mean, I know none of these people pop out like, well, they're a killer, but I'd be shocked if Daniel Sack was involved. Daniel Sack never wanted to meet her kids, wanted nothing to do with their divorce or family stuff. I can't imagine.
What about Miguel?
Miguel hated, I told investigator how this. Miguel hated Danny. She showed me texts about how much Miguel hated Danny. Miguel and her dated right before me, his relationship preceding us. They only broke up because he moved to DC for his job and could not be here. And she often talked about the fact that she could be with Miguel if she lived in Miami.
What does Miguel do?
Works for ExxonMobil. He's a CPA.
CPA?
He's a heavy hitter in Exxon.
A heavy hitter in Exxon.
So Miguel Edmondson is a CPA for ExxonMobil.
Mm-hmm.
Relocated to DC.
Mm-hmm.
Man, my handwriting is getting atrocious. When you do this all day long, and then you pick up one of these, it doesn't work good.
Yeah, it's all school.
Okay. Went to DC and hated Danny.
Hated Danny.
What did the text say?
I can't remember what it said, but I remember Wendi going, look how much, because I did not know that she was still seeing Miguel. I believe that she was. She had one weekend, she went away, and she only stayed at her house, which was foolish given the game she was running. Because like flowers and cards would come from other guys when I was at that house.
While you're there and she's gone?
Yeah. So a box of chocolates got them from Miguel, and I looked at the envelope and you could sort of see.
While Jeffrey's there with the children and mopping her floors.
Something about last weekend, and you know what I mean? So I'm like, geez. So I think her relationship with Miguel was ongoing. I don't know to what degree. But she saw him in October of 2013. She went to DC and saw him. That's after we were dating. And I believe she met up with him a few other times. But she told me both Miguel and Mihil, she was interested.
Yeah, a different type of ride share, right, Wesley John Holmes? Everyone's sharing that bike.
In being in a relationship with. but they could not live in Tallahassee. So that was one of the other motivations for wanting to get out of here.
But Miguel had been in Tallahassee?
Even in New Orleans, even close enough, they could
Oh.
kind of see each other on weekends.
How'd they meet?
They met at the 2000s. If you Google his name, the first thing that comes up, if you Google their names together, they both traveled Europe together in 2009.
Wendi?
Wendi and Miguel. Yeah, he hated Danny though.
But give me a specific, Jeff.
Yeah, Miguel went to Europe with Wendi as a group of like 10 professors. And he came to stay with Wendi. He came through Tallahassee, I guess. And he left early because he couldn't stand the way Danny talked to Wendi.
This is while they were married?
Yeah, this is 2010.
Okay.
I've always.
B Rabbit, what I'm assuming is that, because the only time I've ever seen that first interview was from Deep Dives channel. So I'm sure he edited some stuff, because he definitely edited the July 23rd, and then also this one. But I'm going to re-request that probably tomorrow. I'm going to re-request it and also do a screenshot. Because I know Law and Order also had, I don't remember if it has to be the first one too. I know that they had played, or even some of the TV shows that have covered this case, they've played snippets from Jeffrey being interviewed, and they've actually shown the timestamp, and that's how you know it's like 2:30. I remember one freeze frame, it's like 2:38 a.m. in the morning on the 21st, which is basically late night on the 20th. It's early Monday morning, but I guess it would be like, overnight Sunday type. I think that a lot of it was probably because, I don't know, I'm about to say this. Okay, I'm going to say this. Some of it's like the keeper of the information type thing. But also, it could be that, there's a lot of names being thrown around. We hear all types of people's phone numbers, and could be a little bit of both. Protection for the public, and then also being the only one that has the info. But that's just my speculation. Oh, geez, Jabs. Geez, Chips and Jabs. Oh my God, I just saw what you wrote. Whew.
Assume the best of Wendi, that she was faithful to Danny, but Danny is described by her as very controlling and overbearing. I was like, my experience, she's just trying to rein in his wife, who's not exactly the most moral person. That's my suspicion. But Miguel, per Wendi, Miguel he came to stay for a week, and left after day 2. He says, I can't handle this guy. The text one time, she said, look, Miguel just texted me, and Danny did rile some stuff up, and he was trying to, that thing where Jewish women have to get it's called a get.
Yeah.
Danny asked for one like in July, and it was about that she should say, look at this, what about Miguel? It was something like fuck Danny, or just something like that. I hate that guy, something like that.
Okay. Back to, I'm curious about this episode where she vomits.
Me too.
Okay. She texted you that directly?
She called me.
She called you?
She called me and described it. Yeah.
When was this episode? Do you remember?
I can find out for you, but I don't remember.
Wait, earlier he said that there were texts referring it to the celebration dinner.
Not too long after the crime. It was the celebration dinner.
And what was the celebration for?
That Danny was gone. That's how Charlie talks about Danny.
But you don't hear that firsthand. She tells
me that. She says we went out for what Charlie called a celebration dinner.
Because Danny's gone.
Mm-hmm. Hip hip hooray.
Did he say, look what, I'm assuming he didn't say, you're welcome, sis?
Nothing like that.
No, but they had a celebration dinner, and what caused her?
It sounds like something out of a movie, right? Someone does something they wish they hadn't, someone makes a remark, they vomit.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like. But she puked on the table at a 5-star restaurant, or at
Okay.
least a 4-star restaurant.
And she texted that.
She called me and told me
Okay.
that.
She called you.
Yeah, she did. We were still talking at that point.
Okay.
When I started dating that girl, that was it for us. We didn't talk after that. She was very hurt.
When you started dating that girl.
It was a long story, but long story, very, very short. She said, she knew this woman, and she said, I should introduce you guys, because we decided, probably not going to be able to continue this, but it's in this limbo because of the crime. And I said, hey, you should introduce us sometime. And she sent her an email to introduce us, but we'd already been dating. I didn't want to bother Wendy with that when she's dealing with a murder.
Right.
And she texted me scathing texts, like, I never want to talk to you again, and that was it. So it was super,
Are you still with this woman?
no. And then Wendy calls her the next week and makes sure, I don't know if Wendy called her or what she did, but they have some mutual friends.
So not only is Wendy dissing Jeff, right? Like totally cutting town after she's arranged for her husband to be murdered. She's interfering with his current relationships. What I'm going to say psychopath instead of sociopath.
This woman.
Just my opinion. I don't diagnose anybody. I'm just keeping it real.
Since shortly thereafter that conversation, this woman said, I'm not interested in seeing you any longer.
Okay.
So, which I thought was pretty aggressive. When I texted Wendy, I said, hey, put me through a lot of shit. Give me a break here. Just stay out of this, please. And she did. Very aggressive.
That's the second time that Jeffrey has mentioned that she can be very aggressive. And I didn't write down what I heard, but it's a long time ago in this video.
Let me go check on something. You good on water?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, here he's getting a new piece of gum out. Jeffrey was saying that Wendy was acting really aggressively, trying to destroy his current relationship. Well, I'm sorry. He's referring to the phone call from back in August. And then when Wendy found out that he was dating a new girl or a new woman, that she sabotaged that relationship aggressively. Whatever she called, or whatever she told the woman when she called her, who was dating Jeffrey in August of 2014, after they've broken up and Wendy's arranged for the murder of her ex-husband, Wendy contacts the woman that Jeff is dating in August and gets that woman to break up with him. We've seen this. Oh, here's this one he does the grabbing his face. Like her treatment of him and the way, like it's enough to drive a person nuts. Yeah, I agree, Jim. She was looking to destroy him. Oh. Sorry, I have a dog that just got up to finish their dog food at 2 o'clock in the morning. Interesting. What are you doing? What you doing, man? Yeah, my golden retrievers up. I bathed him and everything today. So he took a really long nap after that. Good job. Yeah, me too, Lolly. Me too, Lolly. Uh-oh. Now my old lady hound dogs. Poor Alan. Okay, Phoebes, you're fine. Sorry, I have a hound that's almost 16. She doesn't necessarily
Still
like.
trying to get that photograph. I don't know if it's still gonna be on his Facebook page or not. I just want to see it. I just want to confirm this is the individual.
I think I'd recognize it if I saw it, at least it was the same photograph I saw.
Yeah.
Photograph I recall was 4 guys like this.
Okay.
Okay, so for the rest of this video, we kind of went over a lot of this last night. I don't know how everybody's doing. We've been on for over 3 hours. And because I'm Sans family for a couple days, I guess I can, stay up till 2. What are you guys thinking? Oh, sorry. How's everybody doing? Do you guys want me to continue? Night, Lolly. Thank you for being here. Okay, I'm going to keep going.
Okay. All right, I got the men that you're talking about.
So just for reference real quick, this is when Craig Isom has gone out of the room, and I guess they've pulled a picture of the Army Ranger dude that's friends with Charlie.
She made, well, first of all, does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay. All right, do you have the new number?
I don't. I think she has the same number. She has a different phone. She just
Oh,
wanted
a different
Which is
handset?
silly because they want to, You don't need to put a bug on a phone physically.
Right.
I mean, it's funny.
Why would she be concerned about people bugging her phone, or the police bugging her phone, I guess is what she's specifically concerned about?
She's not concerned about that. She told me that.
Did you ask why?
No, I knew I immediately thought she did this, and so she told me 50 times, Jeff, I had nothing to do with this. And I always just let it be silent. Sorry. I just let it be silent because I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to play my hand. I never said anything to her. I just wanted to listen. I was hoping she might give me something interesting and I would come tell you guys. But she's erratic enough. I thought she might say something stupid. She must have said 50 times, I had nothing to do with this. And you saw her statement in the press. She's worried for the safety of her and her children. No one's suggesting a serial killer looking for Jewish warriors, you know? I mean, this was pretty targeted, so.
Yeah, you think, she's concerned for her children's safety.
Wendy plays the victim so well. To me, it looked like classic Wendy. Everybody else felt bad for her. I thought, holy crap, she did this. She plays the victim instantly. She's great at it.
You said something a minute ago, and I didn't want to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but I know it was about something about Charlie getting shot.
Charlie getting shot.
Yeah, I thought she said something about. I thought you were telling me that Wendy was up here, or had said something about Charlie getting shot or Charlie getting killed or something like that. She referred to that.
Danny or Charlie?
I'm sorry, Danny. I'm sorry. I'm totally confusing you.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Danny getting shot. Oh, when she was up here, how's this for awkward? My best friend sat next to her at a bat mitzvah. He refers to her, just so you know what it's like in the community, he calls her the murderer in common conversation. He's convinced. I don't know how, I mean, a lot of people, and that's not from my take on it, that's his take on it.
Right.
He knows I could be crazed. He had to sit next to her at a bat mitzvah for 4 hours. She's cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off.
Head blown off.
Yes, cracking. And I can't remember the exact joke, but that was how he put it at least. And he said he looked at her and said, Wendy, that's totally inappropriate.
Where was this at?
So it was the Andrew Epstein's daughter's bar mitzvah.
Okay.
Which was 3 weekends ago. She was here for 4 days. And in the morning when she was here, it was a church ceremony in the morning, the party at night. And the morning one, she sobbed through the whole thing. And whenever anybody asked her, like, what's going on? She didn't say I'm sad. She said, I'm nervous. I'm anxious. I've seen a lot of grief. I'm a social worker. This is really atypical reaction. It's real strange. And then the evening, she was pretty much herself, but she was cracking jokes. She told some of my friends that she's changing their names to Adelson. She still hates Danny more than you would ever think. And no one has ever heard her say one sympathetic thing about Danny and Markel to this day. And it's just weird. Why would you be hanging on to anger? I mean, it's
So was she at the bar mitzvah saying that she was going to chant? I'm sorry, I just missed that. I had to let out the dogs. They're like kind of hear them barking outside.
that she's changing their names to Adelson.
Is he talking about?
It's real strange. And then the evening, she was pretty much herself, but she was cracking jokes. She told some of my friends that she's changing their name.
So Wendy is back in town in Tallahassee. The audacity of Wendy. She's back in town at I don't know if it's a ba or a bar. He's used both terms. I don't know if it's a male or a female, but she is here for a bar mitzvah. She's literally telling people in Tallahassee that she's changing the boys' names to Adelson. And I can't remember if we've already seen it or not, or if this is like afterwards, or if he's about to say it. The bar mitzvah, whatever day this March 6, 2015 is on, he said that the bar mitzvah was 3 weekends ago and Wendy was here for 4 days. So I don't know if we've already heard that or if we're about to hear it. I apologize. I'm not trying to make any spoilers, but so in mid-February of 2015, so 7 months after Dan Markel is murdered, she is in Tallahassee telling people at a bar mitzvah, which they also knew Danny, right? They also knew Dan Markel, telling them that she's going to change the boys' names to Adelson. And I know I've heard that. I know I've heard it or whatever. I think I'm now just really thinking about it, and it's like turning my stomach.
Names to Adelson. She still hates Danny more than you would ever think. And no one has ever heard her say one sympathetic thing about Danny Markel to this day. And it's just weird. Why would you be hanging on to anger? I mean, I can only think of one reason to make the world make sense. But yeah, she was cracking jokes, which sometimes people deal with pain in that way. I get that. But, I mean.
How did she say it? How did he tell you she said it?
You might have sent me here's what she said. There was one just general joke, but I have the other text. He said, my favorite quote from tonight, I overheard Wendi saying, at least it didn't happen to Jeff or the kids or somebody I actually cared about.
Oh.
So that was the hype. They split this town into two piles.
So she's admitting that she actually cares about Jeff? I wonder, this is funny. I wonder if the friend threw Jeff's name in that or in the statement that Wendi said, just to, maybe ease this guy's pain. But she probably just said, I'm glad no one, did anything to me and the boys or anyone that I care about. I'll bet you she didn't specify Jeff's name.
It was a nasty thing. But people that aren't me, because I'm careful, I haven't told anybody the story like I've told it to you. I've told people I'm suspicious. That's about all I've said. They find her behavior erratic, bizarre, scary, and people who are very close friends to her are coming to the point where they're like, Jeff, I'm having people stopping by my office saying, Jeff, is there any chance? It's just not the Adelsons in Miami. Is there any chance they had something to do with this? That's the weirdest family. That vibe. You walk in the room and something's strange. I know it's all subjective, but it helps me to hear that because I feel like I'm a crazy person for the last 6 months. I've been waiting for you guys to arrest some vagary, And those names I give you, that's so you can have all the data I have. Wendi with Charlie. I don't know who pulls the trigger, but there's a very strange relationship between those two. I acknowledge this might all sound real crazy to you, Mr. Gary.
I'm not, no. So I'm very interested in this.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I understand it completely and thoroughly.
Yeah.
And I can see that it's been weighing on you heavily.
Well, it has, because it sounds crazy to people.
Nighty Rabbit. I know it's getting really late, but I'm okay. I've had coffee. I just don't want to pressure everybody to have to stay up too late.
So I told a couple people the whole story like I told it to you start to finish, and no one else has said I'm crazy. My therapist said, one thing I forgot to tell you, I had to go get a damn therapist. It was so crazy. So I tried to manage her. I tried to get some advice on relationships. And in April of 2014, he tells me, look, he's real blunt. I gotta be honest with you. 2 possibilities. One is she's just getting over a divorce, is drinking too much, and she'll settle down over time, maybe live happily ever after. Second option, she sounds an awful lot like a sociopath to me. That's an objective person.
Right.
And I said, sociopath? I said, yeah, high functioning, but she doesn't seem to have a conscience. And I said, oh, Jesus, what I got myself into? Because I was in love with her and I wasn't going to leave at that point. But that's the kind of feedback I've gotten when I tell people what she's actually like.
Okay.
I prefer that you guys catch somebody else, obviously.
Right. When's the last time you talked to her or had any conversation?
I could find it for you. It would have been in around August 20th.
Oh, that long ago.
Yeah. She cut off all contact because I didn't tell her I was dating. It was just bizarre. That was the time, it was about the time of commencement, summer semester commencement. That was another thing as far as narcissism and a crazy person. You know what Wendy was mostly upset about? She told me this. The fact that she had to cancel her commencement speech because Danny was shot. Her attorney said it's a bad idea to get yourself in front of the media like that and decide additional show up. You can't do it. She was devastated. It's bizarre.
I went back and looked. Apparently you all have somebody, McPherson.
Jay McPherson.
Yeah. What's the relationship? She has something to do with Wendy?
They claim that she was in the room with Wendy in the 9 hours you guys interviewed.
Hold up. I just thought of something real quick. I wonder who or what was she going to be giving this commencement speech to? Is this the one? Is this the speech that in the, where's the, here's the, this is my storybook. Okay, sorry. I just found something. So I really wanted to tell you that. Okay, so I actually found This Is Our Story by Wendi Adelson at the Goodwill on Benton Hills Road, like right around the corner from their house, or from, Truscott, 2116 Truscott. And then I sent it, well, I think I might have posted it on my community, but I sent the picture to Patty when I found it. And Patty wrote back and said, oh, it looks like you got the Florida State University edition because it's got a seal on the front. So when you open it, the first page and a half is basically a welcome new students. And it gives blah, 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 a whole bunch of, I'm not going to read any of that. But the last paragraph says the education begins here, one book, one campus, common reading program. All students will read This Is Our Story and then convene at the new student convocation on Sunday, August 24th, 2014. Oh, they didn't put a comma after the 2014 in the middle of a sentence. Okay. At 1:30 p.m. at Tallahassee Leon County Civic Center, which is right, by campus. It actually still might even be considered campus. Convocation Markel. Okay. It was not. This is not required reading, y'all. This is what I want to bring up. It's not required reading. Because there's going to be no test. Oh, they're going to actually have a welcoming barbecue afterwards. So that's going to bring the students there. But they don't have to read this book. They didn't have to read this, but there's going to be no test. No one's going to have to write a paper on the book. I mean, it's just a good gesture. But that's what's crazy is that FSU paid to publish this shit. Pardon my French. So sorry. I try not to cuss online. I cuss all the time, but I try not to do that. But FSU paid to publish this. Okay. I'm sorry. I will get off my tangent. So, but that's the quote unquote commencement speech that she's talking about. That she was pretty much going to be in front of a whole bunch of kids, whole bunch of freshmen at FSU in the Civic Center, there would have been a lot of kids in attendance because they're giving them a free barbecue. And what 18-year-old college freshman doesn't want free food? And so she was going to be giving a talk about this book. Lord have mercy.
Interviewed Wendy.
Oh, she came up here. She was not in the room with her.
Wendy told me she was in the room.
Well, okay, let me correct that.
That sounded weird to me.
She came in the room, I think it was over the children. The children had to be picked up,
Gotcha.
and there was two ladies that were up here, and I can't remember if that was McPherson or
Well,
not.
Jane was with her that day, and coincidentally, Jane's one of my doctoral students in our program. So she's getting her PhD in social work. I teach in social work, so I know her professionally.
Right.
Jane is the one I talked to for about 3 hours, maybe 2 weeks after the crime. They told me that Wendy and her circle of friends thought I did this.
Jane told you that.
Jane told me that. She said you had to be there if you were, and she basically made it sound like and she's a confidant of Wendy. See, Wendy has told many people that I stalked her, that I falsely accused her of cheating on me, that I'm this very mean person, all this kind of stuff. And she has friends that are professors in other departments. She's slandered me pretty bad. So I just haven't responded to any of that. But I go to conferences and get weird looks from people. Anyway, Jane is the one that I was so puzzled because I'm a pretty gentle guy. I was always a really good father to those kids, essentially. I didn't understand how anybody could think that. And I don't believe that Wendy could have possibly believed, like, why in the world would I go shoot Danny? Did I want to choke the shit out of her? Yes, but I would never touch a woman. And I've been in a fist
So
fight.
you said you just got through saying what I want to choke the shit out of her.
Yeah, her, not Danny.
Right.
There was a few times where I took a time out. I teach anger management classes.
Right.
I might raise my voice to her that one time because you couldn't. She would collapse.
Okay.
But Jane knows Wendy as well as anybody. Jane doesn't think any of this. But Wendy's pretty good at fooling people. Although some of this information is publicly available, I should add. Like, she's a Truman scholar. If you go on the web and look at her statement, she says, "I hate Tallahassee. You're a bunch of country bumpkins." That's basically what she says. You know?
Although I think she told a lot of the locals
What they
that
wanted
she
to.
was satisfied, she wanted to make the best of things, and that she actually.
No, that is what she said. And not when the door closed and it was just me and her in the house. Then it was, I got tired of listening to it. I think it's a great place. I deliberately moved back here. I couldn't went anywhere. So.
But it wasn't for her. And she made that clear to you, is what you're saying.
On a daily basis. You couldn't go to a movie theater without hearing about how the movie theater in Miami is better.
Okay.
She was obsessed with it. Her and Danny thought they'd be here a semester. Got stuck here. So.
And then and all she'd been wanting to do is get back to South Florida. And she made that quite clear to you.
It was kind of cold, actually. She basically told me, if it's between you and South Florida, I'm going to South Florida.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I heard that the FBI had maybe talked to her brothers. Oh, that's the other thing. Their brother Rob in North New York. He's I don't think anything to do with this, but something very weird about this family. There's some emails between us where when he visits the house, he doesn't even talk to the parents. There's just some sick dynamics where Wendy at one point told me when dad was extremely violent. And I thought, well, this makes sense why you're so gun shy and, hair trigger. And later I said, with your history of family violence, she said, I never said that. So there was a lot of inconsistencies in lying, but I don't think Charlie's been up here. If you were, your experience and instincts, you were to talk to Charlie, I assure you, there's something off about that guy.
What about this FBI?
I heard through the grapevine that the FBI talked to Rob up in New York.
That's what Wendy told you?
No, I think that's what Jane McPherson told me.
Okay.
So, and I try not to believe everything I hear because misinformation is everywhere.
Well, if Jane McPherson heard it, she most likely got it from Wendy.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
But he's like an outside, he's not really a part of the core family.
They don't have a relationship, basically. Okay. And the impression is he's a guy who wants nothing to do with his family. There's something that happened in that house and he wants nothing to do with it.
Okay.
And I just think there's, I mean, that's the other theory, which will sound super crazy, but the people that have visited the house in Miami said to me, has anyone considered maybe the whole family's in on this? I mean, this is I said, people don't do that. I said, well, you go in that house, it's real strange in there. It's real secretive. It's real weird.
Have you met her parents?
I have.
Is there anything that you can tell me about them?
You know what autism is?
Autism?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The dad and the brother Rob have this reputation of being like that. They everyone in that family suffers from a severe lack of empathy for other people. She learned that somewhere. You know, pillars of the community. You get on his website. I mean, years ago I went on it. He was polite to me, but dad's polite. Mom's kind of rude, actually. I know that father has been speculated about. They hate Danny in a way. I have a wife. I've been through a divorce. I get life. I've never seen this kind of obsession. Like their hobby is hating Danny. It was like really strange. I mean, and I fell into this because Wendy could convince you of it, and maybe she convinced the parents. But they were going to put over. You said you looked at some emails, but not others. At one point, Wendy was going to get a restraining order against Danny, which in retrospect is bizarre because he was a good dad. But she had Gary, you know who Gary is? Gary is a lawyer he's the one that offered Wendy the job so she could relocate in the summer of 2013. He runs a tort firm suing drug companies. He offered her $1 million job. And I wondered about him too. It's not sexual, it's more of a father-daughter thing, but they're close.
Gary.
I don't know his last name.
Where does he work?
He's a lawyer. He works in Miami.
Okay.
He owns a tort firm, and there are emails. I mean, she sent this document. She had compiled every email, like between Danny and Wendy, for like a year and a half. And the idea was to make this legal case that Danny is harassing her and stalking her. She always goes to this. She told me Danny was a stalker because he looked out the window one time and saw her walking down the street without the kids, and he goes, "Where are my kids? I have right of first refusal. If you don't have the kids, I should have the kids." Wendy claimed that was stalking because he said that. You know. So anyway, all these emails, and the idea was we're going to persuade some judge that Danny needs to be reined in. I read this document. At this point, I'm a little skeptical because she's screwing everybody else. I said, this is an indictment of Wendi Adelson's character. You read this thing, you get the impression this woman is a total loon. You know, it was interesting because she thought it, like, from her point of view, it showed what an asshole Danny was. If you were to read this, it's like this person is crazy. So that was when I started to figure that out. But there's that different perception. At first, she seems really together, and then just loses her mind. So my worry is that she had something to do with this, and has no conscience. And it's hard for me to believe she could. I know you can't give a polygraph. I can't believe she'd pass a polygraph. I can't believe she would stand up to repeated questioning if you guys had any leverage. I understand that this was done in a smart way. I don't have any leverage. But my experience with her was over time, she just collapses. You know.
Okay. Well, I get I understand that, that you never heard Charlie say anything derogatory about Danny.
Oh, are you kidding me? Yes. Yes.
Did you hear him say anything in a threatening manner?
No. Well, I myself said I like to kill Danny Markel. I told you guys that because Wendy told me he was sated. I don't want to make it up. In that hot tub, this is what this family talks about. In that hot tub, I don't remember. He definitely in that hot tub, half the conversation was about what an asshole Danny Markel is. He was very heated up about it. He's a very intense guy. It was a little different than when I would say it, Bandito's great. I was like, someone should kill that guy. I was so sick of his shit. really, it was Wendy. I was manipulated. The brother, I mean, they were married 9 years. They have 10 years worth of the bullshit to be upset about. And they'll rant and rave about how he handled the wedding.
How he handled the wedding.
You know, kosher versus not. Remember when he did that at the wedding? What? Sure. I mean, it's like their hobby. It's bizarre.
And I didn't have that written down. When was the hot tub conversation? That was right after the March 12th.
Yeah, it would have been like March 17th or 18th. Would have been the Sunday at the end of spring break last year. But if the question is, did he threaten Danny? No. If the question is, was he pathologically upset with Danny in a way I found disturbing and that put me off and it was different than, say, even Wendy or her mom? Yes. Incredibly intense about it. Incredibly intense. Charlie's so difficult to get along with, he doesn't have one dental office. He works at 5 dental offices. They can only handle him 1 day a week in each office.
Really?
Yeah. And he seems to know this and strategize it. He's figuring out how to make it work for him, but he was a special ed kid, I believe. He was very difficult to get along with. And he is fiercely protective of Wendy.
Sorry, that is me pouring water in a water bowl.
He had suggested seriously that they convert to Islam.
The whole family?
Just Wendy and the kids.
Islam
or Christianity, one or the other. Just to screw with Danny.
So they're not very devout in their
No,
Jewish
they're atheistic Jews.
pardon?
They're atheistic Jews, Jews that don't really believe in God. They do it culturally, they eat the food. These people don't have ethics or morals. I mean, they don't.
Okay. Immediately after the homicide, you came back. I know I'm with that, and then you reached out to Wendy, or she contacted you.
10 days later, she texted a mutual friend, acting as if I would be upset with her.
Right.
And I said, tell her to call me. She did. At 3 a.m. She wasn't sleeping well. And we had a very awkward conversation.
I wonder if Wendy was drunk when she called him at 3 o'clock in the morning. She definitely wasn't calling him for a booty call.
Mostly just, I think literally she talked for an hour and a half, and I said probably 30 words. I just listened mostly. It was real. She wasn't sleeping. It was real crazy. But that's where she told me a lot of things that weren't true. I mean, and that could just be a relationship thing. I mean, I couldn't contact you until Jimmy Judkins talked to you,
Right.
I believe. And I don't know. That was really strange not to. All my friends were texting with her, and she wasn't writing a lot back, but everyone else she acknowledged. One of my concerns, tell me if I'm paranoid, is Wendy's no dummy. She knows I know all this stuff. Now, she may not remember everything she ever said, but if there's one person, what she told me at one point was, no one knows me better than you. I said, who have you been intimate with in your life? What people have gotten to know you? She's a very superficial person. She said, 2 people have ever got to know the real me, you and Danny Markel. So it's been kind of anxiety provoking to get what happened to him. But in that conversation, there was a lot of lying.
Okay.
And I thought it wasn't like my feelings were hurt, but she said someone get killed. If she was literally a victim, I would just say, take as much time as you need. I don't care. But there was something weird about it.
Okay. Let me see if this picture's available or not.
Okay.
It may be off.
So Isom is. I'm assuming he's going to the other room and following up with people who are watching this to make sure he's not missing anything, to come back for clarification. Ooh, I just had to turn on the heat in my house. I was like, kind of got chilly, and I looked at the thermostat and it said 67 in my house. Wind chill's about 45 degrees outside right now. Hey. Sorry. Double checking his notes. Making sure he's getting it all across, all the info across to Isom. Annie. God, that's so odd, that breath that he takes. So I did think about it last night. It could be that, he has to have some sort of 4:00 p.m. medication, and that might have been like what he took. Because if you look, it's almost 4 p.m. And in several seconds or so, we're going to see him go into the RX bottle. But I mean, you guys, I'm not really too worried about it. Obviously, I mean, he's not going to be taking stuff at the police station that he's not prescribed. And if you're prescribed something, then freaking take it. I wonder what the results of his STI workup was. Sorry. I mean, this poor man. Yeah. There's some scariness.
Okay. Obviously, if there's something else, we can meet again.
I got one other quick thing for you, actually.
Absolutely.
When he was advancing her withdrawal schedule from the antidepressants much more rapidly than is safe, and she stopped. She told me this after the fact. She dropped off the med completely on July 14th.
Well, we determined that's the date that the conversation happened about Charlie and the 15,000. But she doesn't tell you till later on.
I just said, hey, how are the meds? And she goes, oh, I stopped those. I think the first day I was back, which was Monday, July 14th. That was my first day off. So she's off of them completely on that day.
Okay, so.
Which, by the way, people have impulse control problems at that point, so that might be why she said that. I mean, it's.
But she's telling you this when?
In August sometime.
Okay. She just stopped cold turkey?
I don't know. I just know that supposed to go down 10% a week. She wasn't doing
that. Okay. Okay.
So
if I think of anything, I'll get back in. I should.
just real quick, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like he told Detective Corey Hale July 23rd that she went off her medication before Immokalee. I could be getting things confused though.
Two quick questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yep.
This is completely selfish, but I'm concerned about me in this situation. I'm wondering how long it is, in your opinion, before the media or journalists are poking around looking at this case. And I'm worried about my potential exposure as a professor and as a person.
This is an open case. I don't.
Where he's expressing these concerns right now, I mean, you guys. I believe one of the reasons why Wendi wanted to be in Miami is because Tallahassee is a small town. I mean, there's, I think that Leon County now has about 300,000 people, but a majority of those people live in the city of Tallahassee. The population used to be just under 270, but I think over 30,000 people moved in between 2020 and 2022 into Tallahassee or into Leon County, but mostly in the city. So that's why she wanted to go to Miami, because she could sleep with whoever in Miami and it probably wouldn't really get around. Well, she's getting around, but the word wouldn't have really gotten around. But in Tallahassee, these people have to have known something. It's and even the academia circle or even the law, the attorney circle. I'm actually surprised that, I guess he has a really great job here, but and he's probably has tenure by now, but I'm a little surprised that he stayed here because look at all of this information that's out there.
They can ask all they want to. They're not getting anything.
That's for the foreseeable.
I mean, I may call you. I mean, at some day you may be called as some type of witness.
I would do it in a second. Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're upfront about this. I mean, let's say it goes from here to an arrest to a prosecution.
I'm there.
And for some reason, your testimony is needed.
I would say anything I said today under oath. I would.
Okay.
So that's easy.
All right. But as far as anything prior to, anything that you're telling me, if for some reason that was, leaked to the press or anything like that, then I got an arrest to make of somebody else, no matter who it is.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
That makes such your mind at ease.
Well, mostly the other question is, I was foolish enough to trade emails with Investigator Hale. Now, those, if the case ever does become closed, those are public information, are they not?
They would be considered public information, but someone would have to request them. And, for that, it would be something specific they would have to have to replace.
I just saw the ones that leaked from Jameis Winston and went, oh crap, is this going to happen to me? Am I going to be, you know what I mean? Because Hollis and I talked about her allegations of stalking in his emails. I'm like, oh great. So
I would not worry about it. I mean, I don't see a concern there. I don't know exactly what you and Hale.
I just sent that email that you showed me, and my header to it was, does this sound like someone who's being stalked? This isn't trying to work this out with you, maybe, or maybe not. But I don't know. So,
I mean, I look at that as you were showing a defense for why you would not be.
and then one other email I sent him, I pretty much accused her.
Okay. But I mean, obviously, it's more than that. I mean, yeah, you more than just suspect her at this point. That's what you've been telling me this afternoon, right?
No, that's true. That's
What I'm basically gotten from you is this woman is directly involved.
She is.
Now, I don't think you're saying necessarily that she killed her ex-husband,
No.
but she either had something to do with orchestrating it or had knowledge that it was going to happen. That's the whole point about I have to be back on the 18th, right?
No, give you a thumbs up, and then and know what's going to happen. There's something weird about that date. So I don't think she doesn't have the skill to orchestrate it, but Charlie does. So that's correct. And
But you left on Thursday, and your last conversation with her was on Wednesday.
My last conversation with her was on Tuesday. An hour before that email where she says, look, I need a week.
No, on the email, she says she needs a week.
Yeah.
An hour before she sends the email, she says, are you still in town on
Exactly,
Friday?
that's exactly right.
And you said, I don't know, it's still up in the air, but she did not ask you to stay in town.
No, she did. But like the next day, I see Jay McPherson at work, and maybe there's all kinds of possibilities. How she would have found out I was leaving. Do you have any suggestions if I know they're doing a dateline on the Frosch guy that killed his wife out in Thomasville, and they already came to town. Any just advice from being an experienced investigator what I should do if I'm approached by the media, because it's not unimaginable.
Go talk to investigator Isom.
Okay,
How simple is that?
that's easy.
Okay. Yeah, don't have to say yes, no, nothing. You're a U.S. citizen. There's nothing that, yes, they have First Amendment in their favor, but that doesn't mean you have to say a thing.
No, I appreciate that, but I watched Dateline enough that I can just imagine that me being presented with these pseudo suspects, that's how they do it. They show.
That would be, I don't think they're going to do that. There's a lot of, that could be libel a lot. I mean, I don't have you listed as anything.
Yeah.
At this point.
Good.
Okay, so no, you shouldn't have to worry about that. But if anybody approaches you, I've been in contact with the Tallahassee Police Department. If you feel like it's necessary to put a specific name, throw my name out.
Okay. It's a pretty juicy story. You can imagine.
Oh, no, I realize that.
It's a great story.
Believe me, there is a lot of extra crap around this whole thing that is.
They're not kidding here. He's mentioned Jameis Winston and mentioned Frash. I forget his first name. His wife was Samira. Two high-profile cases. I mean, nothing ever happened to Jameis Winston because there was really no investigation. I know Patty likes him. I think Patty might be a part of the quarterback club at FSU. She at least goes to the events. But yeah, there was no investigation on that. And TMZ basically leaked the story 11 months after it happened. No one even knew anything. He was a quarterback at FSU at the time. And he allegedly did something to a girl, and nothing was done investigative-wise. Lots of demotions and lots of problems with that whole thing. And then he went on to be a quarterback for the Tampa Bay Bucks. You know what? Joe Patuto knows a lot about this case. I would love to have a conversation with her about that, because I actually read the 300 pages that they put out on one of the websites. It's gone. It was gone after about 3 weeks, but okay, sorry about that. Side note.
Is really not making my job any easier.
Yeah.
So, but you know, as I've had to express to other people, my only concern is finding out who and why this happened. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They can talk about that in Hollywood for the next century, as far as I'm concerned. But that's my only concern, who and why this happened.
Okay.
The two things I wanted to get before you left was the girl, you mentioned her name, the one that you all are friends with. I tried to write it down.
Fran Gamori?
Yes.
Yeah.
Franna?
It's Fran, F-R-A-N. It's actually Francine Gamori. C-I-N-E.
Gamori?
G-O-M-O-R-Y.
So he already gave Hale this woman's name back, like, 5 days after Dan was murdered.
She's
G-O-M.
G-O-M-O-R-Y.
Okay.
And she's actually my mentor's wife. She works with me. She's known Wendi since they got here in the Jewish community. She's been down to visit the house a few times since the crime, and when she hung out with Wendi when Wendi visited Tallahassee. I remember, the Grossmans. That's something where Wendi stayed when she was here, was with Al and Lynn.
Okay. So, what, you have a number for Francine?
Sure, I do.
Who's your mentor?
Tomi Gamori.
Tomi?
Yeah, T-O-M-I. It's Hungarian for Tom. She's 212-6974.
That's an 850?
Uh-huh.
212-6974?
That's her cell phone, yeah.
Okay. Now, she's the one that you said went to South Florida, but you also said it was basically gave you some information about what she talked to.
Wendi was talking through her for a long time after the crime. So
Okay.
she's exchanged many texts with Fran, guided her through the whole divorce. Fran knew Danny. Fran was very skeptical of me when I first started telling her these sorts of things. At this point, because we're very close, they're like family. At this point, she's really worried that I'm onto something here. We all are,
So Francine.
It's Fran.
Okay, Fran.
Good morning.
Would be someone, is basically someone that is close to Wendi, also close to you.
Yes.
That you and Francine or Fran have confided in each other about the concern over what involvement.
I apologize. No, I'm getting confused. I don't think that Francine's name didn't come up until March. Okay, I apologize. I'm rethinking what I just said. It is late. We're not too far away at this point in time, guys. Thank you so much for still being here. I appreciate it a lot.
Wendi.
Yeah. It's not a public conversation you want to have. So we've talked very in an unguarded way about this stuff, very frankly. I haven't told her some things. I've never told her that she said Charlie looked into having her killed. I mean, there's some things I just kept off the table.
Right. That's right.
But she knows my concerns, and she came back from those trips very disturbed by what
in the household.
Yeah, just intuition, but yeah.
She's not reached out to us.
I don't know why not.
It's the first time. I think you've referred to Tomi before.
Yeah.
I remember that, but this Francine is not.
You could call her. I don't know.
Well, I got to be careful because.
Do you want me to get her to get? Well, she just talked to me yesterday because she was on Facebook and she got a message from Donna Adelson. She had a picture on her Facebook page of Danny and Wendi and a bunch of people at the table for some Jewish holiday 7 years ago. And Donna said, "Could you please take this picture down? It makes me sad." And Fran was like, "That's the most bizarre thing."
It's on Fran's Facebook.
Yeah. So she's like, "Should I contact the police?" And I told her that seemed too casual. It didn't seem worth contacting you, but she's willing to talk to you. I'll talk to her and have her call you.
Well,
if she's
but
willing.
then you have to divulge, that obviously, you've had a conversation with me.
No, she knows that. I told her.
Okay. I'm looking out for your interest in that part.
Yeah.
Yes, I would like,
way I put it to other people is you just picked my brain because I knew a lot of people Wendy was involved.
Sure,
you know?
but I would say that, yeah, if you could, put a bug in her ear and basically say, why don't you call Investigator Isom
Sure.
and give him some of this information that we've been talking about, so it's coming firsthand,
Sure.
and because it's not right for it to come secondhand for me.
Yeah, gotcha. I'll do that.
Second person was, you're at a bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah, and the guy that's sitting next to Wendy,
Stephen Tripodi, Tripodi.
P-O-D-I,
Yeah, Tripodi.
Stephen with a V.
Phen. His number I have too. And if you want, he's my best friend. I can just have him contact you. He knows all
That'd
of
be
this.
Give me his number anyway,
Yeah,
so I know. I try to keep these people straight.
Sure,
This list is getting quite long.
I know.
This is your best friend?
Here at least, yeah. We known each other by 8 years. He has an Austin number. It's 512-736-8792.
512-736-8792.
He's the one that introduced us.
Okay. To you and
he knew Danny.
you're still friends?
We are. Actually, actually, it's funny. He teared up the other day. He said, I wish I never introduced you to that one. It's not your fault. Your fault, Steven.
And that's, okay, he's a local guy
Yeah.
now,
He's at FSU. He's a tenured professor at FSU.
professor of
Social work.
course.
Yeah.
It's either that or law.
Yeah. That's about all of it.
Okay. Yeah, if you could, next week, with those, this is the spring break.
Yeah.
And does she work, in that realm too, Fran?
Yeah, she's a social work professor.
Can you hear me?
If you could get those two folks to
I will
call
reach
me,
out
I'd
to you.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
And just give them my number, my phone number, and they can leave a message. I'll get back to them.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you being so responsive. I know you got to be busy, and this is going to be a hell of a case.
Well, this is my case. This is my case, and this is, I want to see this.
Yeah, my lapel mic, it actually died, so I just switched it out. But that's okay. We're almost done. What I said was, I adore Isom's sense of humor. when Jeffrey's talking about Stephen Tripodi, and he's like, yeah, he's the one who introduced us. Then Isom's like, and you're still friends? Like, this guy's your best friend, and he introduced you to, nut job Wendy.
I want to see this to the end. And
I appreciate that. The amount of healing it would do in this community and in my small community if we could find out who did this.
oh yeah, and I know there's a lot of people frustrated, and everybody wants to know more of the story, and they want to know how come there's not more details coming out, and so on and so forth. Read into it any way you want. I'm not saying anything. That's
Good for you.
So
You also haven't asked. I mean, I know.
right. No, I'm fine with that. And
Investigator Hale did tell me at one.
He said, notice I haven't asked. Wait, he's about to say something about Hale. Hang on. Sorry, it's
You also
almost
haven't asked. I mean, I know.
right. No, I'm fine with that. And
Investigator Hale did tell me at one point, and I think one of the reasons, I don't know if this is helpful or not, but I was pitching him this, and I just couldn't hear me, it felt like. But he said, we have evidence, we're analyzing it.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing that.
well, you don't have to be a detective, let alone or a rocket scientist or anything else to figure out that there hasn't been an arrest, so everything's still on the table.
Sure.
And that's as simple as you can get. And Stephen's the one that she was saying, and texted you. That
Yeah, he was running with that bat mitzvah. I mean, I don't know how useful it'll be. He's going to say, Wendy is still crazy. Wendy is what he's probably going to say, but he can tell you the joke she was making.
Well, the first thing was it sounded like that she was joking about Danny getting his head blown off.
So, yeah.
But then when I specifically asked you what was said, it more sounded, it was a little bit less innocuous, but saying that she was glad it wasn't
Yeah,
Jeff or
yeah.
her
The
kid.
head blown off thing, maybe that's wrong. He'll tell you. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. That I just want to clarify
Yeah,
that.
that might have stuck in my head and be wrong. It might be simply like Danny getting killed or something like that. So,
Gotcha. Okay, buddy. I
thank
think
you.
we're done for now.
Thank you, sir. I
I'll
appreciate
walk
it.
you downstairs.
Appreciate it.
Okay. And we're not going to hear anything in the background because they cut it off now. Oof. Oh, I'm mute. Okay. Did not want that to make that crazy noise again. Okay. Oh, whew. Okay. So I'm really glad that we got through that. I know it's been 3 hours, and I really appreciate everyone for being here. Those of you who are still here that have been here the entire time. Patricia. I have never heard that term. It's kind of funny. Like I can't remember if it's from if this is something. Oh, I know that UK people sorry, they make they have that term shit the bed. But is it UK or Australians who say F and hell? Like kind of like a, oh geez, like F and hell? But they use the F word. Babby, scratch. Jesus. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Patricia. Oh, I can't. Oh, I just said, you just said the BS word out loud. Oh, no. Okay, so it is after 3:00 in the morning, my time. And I want to thank everyone for being here. I want to thank you guys for chatting. I will get better at this, like reading chat, pulling up stuff more. I guess you have to toggle between StreamYard and what you have to have opened in YouTube in order to like the screen share thing, in order to put up people's comments from StreamYard. So I'm learning, but thank you so much for being here. You guys have a really good night, and I'll see you next time.